Being back there. Are you guys not reading the comments?
Oh yeah, I have.
I do. I just didn't see that one.
Okay, there was a couple about you today. I sent some funny ones about you guys. Every week, one of us becomes the person who most people talk about. This week it's Greg, but last week it was Mark. And then Chase has this normal stream of Chase is 10 and Chase is books and Chase is this and Chase is that. We're not anymore.
The best comment I ever got was Chase Tan Daddy.
That's code for something.
You should have said that, dude. You really should. It'll show up again somewhere, I'm sure. Tan Daddy. All right.
That's going to show up.
Yeah. You're damn right it will.
I can see a GIF. I can see a little GIF somewhere out there saying,
Tan Daddy. Yeah. Yeah.
Tan Daddy. That was a good one.
Okay, everybody ready?
Yeah, ready.
All right, here we go. I'm Scott Rouse. I'm a body language expert and analyst, and I train law enforcement in the military in interrogation and body language. And I created the #1 online course, Body Language Tactics, with Greg Hartley. Mark?
I'm Mark Bowden. I'm an expert in human behavior and body language. I help people all over the world to stand out, win trust, and gain credibility every time they speak, including some of the leaders of the G7. Chase.
I'm Chase Hughes, did 20 years in the U.S. military. I'm a behavior expert, behavior profiling expert. I teach persuasion, influence, and interrogation to government agencies and the general public. And I'm also the proud owner of this new book right here called Understanding Body Language by Scott Rouse. Greg?
Thank you, Chase.
Greg Hartley. I'm a former Army interrogator, interrogation instructor, resistance to interrogation instructor. I've written 10 books on body language and behavior. I've also put together this course with Scott Rouse, Body Language Tactics, at bodylanguagetactics.com. And I spend most of my time on Wall Street and corporate America.
All right. Well, today we're going to talk about two things that we get more requests for. There's a bunch of stuff we get requests for, so we're trying to knock some of those out. And here we're going to kill two birds with one stone. We're going to talk about Micheal Jackson and his body language, and the two guys that accused him when they were younger of being abused by Micheal Jackson. Now, keep in mind as we go through this, these aren't together. In other words, we're not going to listen to Micheal Jackson refuting what they're saying because there's no footage of that. But we are going to hear the two accusers, the guys who are accusing him of doing this. Safe Chuck, and what's the other guy's name? Anybody remember?
Dobson. I think it's Dobson.
Something like that.
Dobson,
yeah.
Something.
Yeah. So we're going to listen to both of those talk about what happened to him during that, and we're going to tell you what we see in their body language. And as we do this, keep in mind that's all we're doing. We're just telling you what we see in these specific videos. If I see something, I'm going to say, "Here's what I see." If Mark sees something, here's what I see. If Chase sees something, here's what I see. If Greg sees something, here's what I see. We're not on anybody's side. We're not on Micheal Jackson's side, and we're not on the accuser's side. We're just telling you what we see when we do this. That's it. It could be different. What I'm seeing could be different than what Greg's seeing. We could all be seeing something different, but we're telling you what we see. That's all we're doing.
And having said that, Scott, I think what you're going to find today is you're going to get some discussion. And that's good. We want to discuss what we're seeing in both cases. What we're not trying to do is say, okay, take it to the bank. Micheal Jackson did it because of the way he looks in video 1 and 2, or that these guys are saying something in videos 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. What we're looking for is, what does Micheal look like when he's talking to Martin Bashir in this case? And if we see deception, we'll say, hey, this is a good indicator of deception, and here's your baseline. Now, if you find a video that shows him directly contradicting something, we would love to see that video. We just didn't find a great one. So if you'll put it in the comments, we read the comments and we'll find it. And we'll come back and review it again. We'd love to.
Yeah. Or send it to the behavior panel at gmail.com. And while you're here and while you're thinking about it, go ahead and subscribe to our channel. And hit that little bell that'll let you know when we have something new come out. And hit the like button, too. We're trying to get as many likes as we can get on this one. All right. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Yes, here we go.
One of the things that you've clearly used to overcome this is changing your appearance. You've kind of, you've physically changed, haven't you? The photographs of you, if I look at them.
No, it's called adolescence. It's called growing and changing.
Yeah, but even the shape of your face has changed.
No, it has not. I've had no plastic surgery on my face, just my nose. It helped me breathe better so I can hit higher notes.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
We see some immediate pre-swallow behavior here as soon as the subject of the question comes out, which is a stress indicator. I think it's odd that when almost anyone would use a left to right timeline when talking about growing up, he goes right to left. I've never seen this in 20 years. Maybe you guys have. But I think that might be a glimpse into how he's viewing aging or his desire to age on a timeline, kind of going backwards. And his hand's kind of waving away the accusation. You can see it down towards the bottom of your screen. But he is a professional dancer from a very young age. So I think that might be well within his baseline. It's in many of his other videos. His blink rate is 13 throughout the video until the man mentions shape of your face, and the blink rate goes from 13 to 74 during this denial. And somebody with this much cosmetic stuff kind of going on with their face, their blink rate and word choice might just be all you really have to go on.
I want to talk about something that is really important to me, and I think it's also going to be important to you, and this is your personal information. So right now it could be in the hands of data brokers. They collect all of our details, like our names, sensitive health records, all of our private information, and they sell this stuff off to the highest bidder. So I found a solution that's been a total game changer for me, and that's Aura. They're the sponsor of today's video. And Aura is kind of like your personal digital bodyguard. And it hunts down these data brokers who are basically making a profit off your private life, and it shuts it down. And I used Aura, and I was shocked to see how many of these brokers were out there selling my info. I don't know if you've ever Googled yourself to see some of this stuff. It's a weird feeling. It's a creepy, weird feeling how much of your private stuff is actually out there. So Aura stepped in, sent all of these opt-out requests for me, just cutting them off at the pass. And a lot of this isn't, I just thought it was about like cutting down spam in your inbox when I first heard about this. It's a much bigger deal than that. These data brokers leave you exposed to hackers that could use that data to break into your social media, your bank accounts, and lots of other stuff. And Aura's like this digital fortress around that and kind of keeps these people at bay. And Aura is super easy to use, and it's a combination of all kinds of stuff like antivirus, a VPN, password management, parental controls. There's even identity theft insurance in there that I started using just like 3 days ago. So it's kind of an all-in-one badass package. Aura works 24/7, giving you protection, and my privacy is invaluable, and I think you would agree that yours is also priceless. You can click the link that's right down there in the description. It is Aura, aura.com/TBP, as in the behavior panel, to start a completely free 2-week trial. I want you to check it out, and I actually mean it. I am a customer of Aura's, and I hope you can join us in there.
I'll pass it to you, Greg.
Yeah, so for me, I look at him. He starts off with a downright and a deep swallow, and his chin is down just a touch. There's some baggage already between him and Martin Bashir, I think, by this point of the interview. He's going at him. If you go watch the special, this is late when he's going after some issues, and you can see that hard eye contact. And I'm with you, Chase. His skin around his face is like a cloth. It's just loose. I mean, it's there. Everything's tucked. Everything's tight. I think he's in his 40s here, give or take. And there are no lines or any of that kind of thing. There's a ton of other stuff going on with him here. This is, okay, we know he's not telling the truth based on autopsy. They found cuts behind his ears or scars behind his ears on both sides of his nose. So he had something else done. So if he's saying, no, I haven't had anything done, it's just aging, then we know it's not true. So we're starting to get a baseline for what he looks like when he's being deceptive. I would also say this guy is a master of illusion, for lack of a better term. He's great at redirects with his hands and with his body. That whole moonwalk thing that it looks like he's floating is him. He's masterful at movement. So the hand is not an accident with him, I think, Chase. I think you're dead on. It's just something he does. and he is masterful at the way he communicates and creating an image. And that's all you're seeing here is the image that he's created. And when he says out loud, well, it's just puberty. Well, I've been watching you since before puberty, after puberty, and way, way after puberty, and I've seen changes. That's what I would have said to him and put him back on the hot seat. But you don't see that in Martin Bashir. And it's not like Martin Bashir is afraid to be aggressive and nasty, so I'm surprised he didn't go there. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so Bashir loads the question, really. He frames it with the idea of control of the body as a coping mechanism. He says you've had to control your body as a way of coping. And my guess is it's loaded on purpose in order to trigger Jackson into something a little more aggressive, which I think it does. Absolutely agree. We're dealing here with one of the biggest stars in the world, somebody who, and one of the greatest controllers of movement in the world, one of the most brilliant dancers ever. So we've got to expect this is somebody who can control the body mass there, certainly. So we get this emphatic wipe gesture, which is what I would call a moderator gesture. It's there to say, hey, we're done with that. We're wiping that clean. We're never going there again. It's big. It's an emphatic one. No plastic surgery. Very emphatic. No plastic surgery. Just my nose. So there's a qualifier there. But it's great how that works, isn't it? You start with an absolutely emphatic denial, and then you put a little qualifier on the end that absolutely changes the emphatic nature of the denial. What I want to pick up on here, which I think is really interesting, is you see his fingers, and he's got 3 bandages on them. This was something he did as well as having white socks or wearing gloves or shooting his cuffs, so that you'd be able to see his movement on stage. It's something he picked up from Gene Kelly, other great dancers of Hollywood, ways of being able to see the body move on stage. And apparently he put these white bandages on his fingers as well, so you'd be able to see those move. But why is he wearing them in an interview? So we don't need to see his fingers move. He's not on a big stage anymore. What's interesting in my mind is these become symbolic of damage already. It's like a child going, look at the boo-boos that I have. Look, I'm injured here. So I'm just picking up on that imagery there that doesn't need, or these are devices, these are stage devices, but now I think they've become an image of hurt and pain. Is that something he wears all the time to display? Is that something to get our sympathy with him? Not sure at this point, just interests me. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Well, I think he's ready for this question. Obviously, he would be, because he knew they were going to talk about this. So he's talked with his lawyers. He's talked with whoever he consults with to say, how do I approach this? Because he's one of those guys. He wants to make sure he controls everything that comes out about him, from the way he sounds, the way he looks, and just everything you were saying, Mark, everything. So what we're seeing here when he starts asking the questions, you're right, Chase, his blink rate goes to almost nothing. And he gets really still, and he just stares at him as he's talking, because he's taking this in, and he doesn't know the exact question. He knows the question's coming, but how's it going to be shaped? How's it going to be formed? So he's learning that as it comes in. And then when he starts asking, his mouth opens a little bit, up, like he's ready, like he's going to jump the gun, but he doesn't. He holds back, I think. That's what that looks like. I can't really tell if that was just something that happened as a reaction, a limbic reaction, or it was just getting ready to start talking. Then we see his head go back when he starts before he answers. His head starts going back in that dominance gesture, saying, I'm getting ready to give you the answer. Here's what's really happening. So his head goes back, and he exposes that throat. Then he talks about I'm growing, that the changes you're seeing came from growing and changing. And he starts using his illustrators for those types of things. And those really, they're not hitting hard on the words where they should. I know I always talk about that, but they're not hitting where they should be hitting. And actually, in a few minutes, we see him give an extra one when he gives that and then does one extra. That indicates that he's not sure about that, because he knows it's not true. He knows that those things have changed since he was a child. If you look at when he was a child, you look at when he turned into the Micheal Jackson everybody knew, you couldn't say that's him. You couldn't put those two together. You couldn't say, if that was his kid, you wouldn't say, wow, he looks like his dad. He looks nothing like he would look nothing like him. He looks nothing like he used to look. And then, when he wipes away that thing about when he asks him, your face has changed, and he wipes away that question. You'll see that a lot with people who are telling stories about seeing a ghost that you knew wasn't true or probably isn't true. Because they'll say, oh, here's what happened. I did this and this and this, and that happened. And they'll wipe away what they just said. And in this case, he's wiping away that question. Also get rid of it. We're getting rid of that. We're not going to do, here's the answer. Forget that. I'm going to give you the answer. And when he points to his nose, when he says he's making a big production about this, and like Mark was saying, it's almost like a chaff and one of Greg's things, chaff and redirect. What do you call it? A Hartleyism, where it's chaff and redirect. He says he does the big thing, and I can talk about noses. One of my things because mine's so big. I should get some of that done maybe. But he points at his nose like in a big way, make a big deal about it, then moves to the other stuff. So this, I would say, is for me, I'm seeing tons of deception here. Tons of deception. And if you'll notice, you'll listen to the volume of things, it's quieter as he goes along. Fading facts is what I was ahead to. And then sometimes we do see his eyebrows go up as he's nodding, and another Hartleyism, requesting approval. So that's that's what I'm seeing in there. So,
yep.
One of the things that you've clearly used to overcome this is changing your appearance. You've kind of, you've physically changed, haven't you? The photographs of you, if I look at them.
No, it's called adolescence. It's called growing and changing.
Yeah, but even the shape of your face has changed.
No, it has not. I've had no plastic surgery on my face, just my nose. It helped me breathe better so I can hit higher notes.
all right, be good?
Yeah, good.
All right.
But are you, Micheal, are you honestly saying that you've only ever had one operation?
2,
You've had 2?
as I can remember. Yeah, just 2.
Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so I think I see distraction here. This 2 that comes in, and it's very big in the screen. Listen, he knows how to perform. He knows what's going to fill up a screen. He knows how to sound in a way that's going to redirect you, disturb you. So he makes a big impression with that 2. And does it sound quite childlike to you? It's quite innocent, isn't it? It's like a 3-year-old, how many fingers am I holding up? 2. It's just beautifully childlike and demonstrative. So that's of interest to me. And then he qualifies it, as I can remember. So, that again completely negates how emphatic he was at the start. There's another emphatic hand wipe gesture to go, look, we're done with that. That's over. Let's move on. That's all I got on that one. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so I love the fact we're both on the 2-year-old. I always say every person, all of us included, are nothing but 2-year-olds covered in scar and hairs. That's all we are. We just keep layering and layering and layering. Interestingly, the earlier you get isolation or above the law, and I don't mean literally above the law in this case, but the earlier you get to a point where you don't get the same inputs as other people, the quicker you freeze. And by that, I mean arrested development of sorts, so that a person who becomes very famous at 8 years old, imagine what their inputs become. Adulation, you can do no wrong. And they freeze to some degree in those kinds of behaviors. Now, I'm not talking about him specifically because I was never exposed to Micheal Jackson. But that too, if you ask a child a question and they're trying to lie to you, they're emphatic, because that's what they do. They're emphatic. And then he redirects. He's doing all that stuff he does. I can hear woohoo, doing something as he moves his hands around when I watch this. I just see Micheal the product, and I see him working you. And then the other piece I see is him look back to his right and recall. Somebody's coached him that he needs to say, as I recall. I just about guarantee you. So he's not putting himself in a bind. And we all know that if I can't remember, I can't be held accountable, right? That's the whole thing. That's the way we go. But I see a child here, and you'll see it pop up again in the next segment. You'll see childlike behavior. And I think it's what he's gotten away with his entire life. And he probably is not exactly what my Army career personality would think of as an adult, because he's never been forced to be that adult. So I think that's where he's at. Chase, what do you got?
So we see this hand gesture of 2. He's using the back of his hand. And I spent some time today looking at videos. This is a strong deviation from his normal behavior. He's a very open palm communicator. And this is followed by a short eye flutter. And eye flutter is something we do that some body language people will call eye blocking. But we also, another reason that humans do this is when our CPU is processing a bunch of information, our eyes will blink a lot. And they're asking him a baseline question here, which is pretty basic. And his eyes go to 9 o'clock. As we're seeing the video, his eyes move to 9 o'clock, which would make me, if I'm the interviewer, that immediate eye movement, I'm gonna remember that. And I'm going to say, I'm going to check this in a few seconds to see if it goes back to this spot again when I'm asking him about the car he drives, where he lives, the street address, what his house looks like, that kind of thing. And that's important. And there's a use of it, what's called an exclusion statement here. As far as I know, as far as I recall, if memory serves, those kinds of things. There's two different ways we can judge this on deception. For one, if I'm asking Scott, hey, Scott, does the guy that lives 6 doors down from you make crystal meth in his garage? And Scott goes, well, not to the best of my knowledge. That's not deceptive. But if I ask Scott, are you making crystal meth in your garage? And you go, no, not as far as memory serves. So the way you ask a question determines whether or not those exclusion statements are deceptive or not. And we see the hand wave, the wiping again. And there's some very prominent lip licking behavior right after his answer with some, and this is just a hygienic gesture. And a hygienic gesture is anything designed to improve your appearance. And this is more likely to be deceptive. And his blink rate again goes from 26 to the high 80s. It was too hard to calculate the exact number. Scott, what do you got?
Wow. All right. Well, one thing, if you'll listen to him, if you'll listen to this, you hear this little tapping noise. It's him tapping his feet and his hands on his legs. Because when he first comes in and he says, when he gives that gesture of 2, then you hear him put his hand down his lap and you hear it slapped out like, that's it. That's all you're getting. That's the answer. And that's as far as I'm going. So it's like 2. That's it. So that's what I'm seeing there. So he knows that's not right. But he's trying to put a stop to it before he goes any further. And so those are the adapters you're hearing, his feet tapping in his hands, which denotes he's being nervous. He's getting wound up here. He's getting wired a little bit. And when you ask him if he's had, when he says how many, if he had more than one, he says, I've only had 2. You've only had 2 as far as I can remember. I remember every surgery I've had. I've had 3. And I have a story about every one of them. I can tell you something that happened before and something that happened after. If I came to you guys and I said, and I was going to have 2 nose jobs, if I got 1 done, and I said, well, I'm going to go have another nose job. You go, you having another one? I'd be like, yeah, because, I want to get, it needs to be even smaller than that. You guys would talk behind my back. It would be a really big deal. I wouldn't be thinking, and you would say, you don't need it. It'd be a big deal. I would remember that.
Well, maybe he's talking about 2 points of entry, nose and behind the ears.
It could be. Could be.
Who knows?
All right. That's what I got. You guys ready?
By the way, Scott, if you said you were going to get 2 nose jobs, I would pay for the second one.
But are you, Micheal, are you honestly saying that you've only ever had 1 operation?
2,
You've had 2?
as I can remember. Yeah, just 2.
All right. Here we go.
If I look at some of the photographs of you in your adolescence,
Yeah, I changed. People change.
but even after, when you did the Thriller album, your lips are very different now to what they were then.
no.
But they do look
No,
different.
sorry.
You don't
Same
think
lips.
so?
Nope.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so in my many, many, many interrogations, I never heard anybody go, nope, the way he did, like a child at the end of that. That reminded me of like a 6-year-old saying, I'm not doing it. Nope, 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 nope. Again, somebody who got away with a whole lot from 6 years old till now is talking to me, is what I would think in the interrogation room. And I would jack him up pretty good. I mean, it wouldn't be physical, but I would certainly go after him and start going back to that child and making him feel inferior for something. I would go after him. But that's the weirdest thing for a 40-something-year-old man to say, nope, nope. And what he's in effect doing is the same thing a 4-year-old or a 6-year-old does. He's drawing a fence and saying, you're not getting anything else. I'm done with it. That's that. In terms of, are those his real lips? Or are they the original lips he had before? Well, we all know better, but he's licking his lips. His blink rate is up. This is probably the highest we're going to see his blink rate. And it's more of a flutter as he's trying to deal with what he's seeing. And it's that arrested development behavior again. All of this is a little kid going, nope, nope, not going to do it. Nope, nope. And that's all I hear when I'm listening to him. We all know better. We know that it was puberty. Puberty changed me. Okay, well, let's take a picture of you now, 10 years ago, 10 years before that, and 10 years. Have you been in puberty since, like, The Wall? Was that when puberty hit you? And then you've been through a long, drawn-out puberty through The Wall and Thriller, and every one of those things is what he should do. You take apart his story with facts, and we've got a great baseline for lying Michael here. This is good. We know he's lying, so we're seeing what he normally does. Scott, what do you got?
All right. I think we're seeing the tension build here because you hear that tapping is going through the roof at this point. And we'll be able to talk about this, Chase, is when he's licking his lips here, that might be a pre-violence thing. When you see somebody, they'll get back, they'll start that sometimes, not every time. So that could be that. That's one thing I can see there. I don't see that as a grooming gesture at that point because he hadn't said lips yet, because he does it before he says lips, almost like he is bringing attention to him. And then, I think he's reaching his point of I've had enough with Bashir. Okay, Mark, what do you got?
So to that pre-violence piece, I think we see, ironically, some thinning of the lips, and I think he's truly getting angry, and I think that's the lip licking that we're getting there is something about fight and flight starting to happen, moisture changing in the mouth, those lips thinning. He's getting quite upset, aggressive. I think to the point of Bashir, I think he's playing quite innocent in his line of questioning. He's just going, my point of view, I don't quite get this. This is kind of odd. Playing the innocent in this, which may be even compounding how innocent Jackson is getting. One last thing on this is just the emphatic shaking of the head here. Again, it's we always talk about strong positive denial, and so you might go, hey, look, that non-verbal strong positive denial. No, it's too much. It's too much when somebody's shaking their head. 1, 2, that's enough. 1, 2, 3, maybe not one. It doesn't have to be that big, and then nope at the end of it really buttons that one down. Even though this is the king of pop, this is a complete individual, this is somebody who is irreplaceable on the planet, there are still behaviors that you expect to see which are a little more universal. And so you don't expect an emphatic denial at that big kind of level, even from somebody like him. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree. That's very aggressive head shaking no. Is many times the same way you see a kid do that in the middle of your question. Once they know the topic of the question, they begin the denial. And don't see that very often in an adult.
If I look at some of the photographs of you in your adolescence,
Yeah, I changed. People change.
but even after, when you did the Thriller album, your lips are very different now to what they were then. But they do look different.
No, sorry.
You don't
Same
think
lips.
so?
Nope.
He's
All right,
close.
we're good?
Yeah.
Were you aware that Jordan Chandler or his family on his behalf filed a lawsuit against you?
Yes.
Were you aware that at some point in time in that lawsuit, Adrienne McManus gave her deposition?
I'm not positive.
Your answer confuses me. How do you mean you're not positive? You don't know whether she gave her deposition or not?
Exactly.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
So for this one, we're starting to see that eye flutter behavior is a great indicator of stress for Michael. And even when he's answering honestly and he's under stress, we'll see this eye flutter. And this actually scores a 23 on the behavioral table of elements. It's like looks like the periodic table, but it's all human behavior on here, and it's made to score stress and relaxation or just deception. And we'll break it down just really quick. He has lip retraction, which is a 4, and the lip retraction happens before his answer. And then we has a deviation recall of eye movement. So instead of looking at his eye home where he normally would look to recall most of the stuff he remembers, he looks a different direction. That would be another 4. Then he has lip licking, which is he's wetting the lips, a hygienic gesture, which is a 4, and lip compression afterwards. So if you compress your lips before you answer a question, that's typical of someone thinking really hard about the answer. So it's less deceptive. So if I asked you, what'd you do on Wednesday night? And you said, well, went out to dinner. So that's more likely to be truthful. So, but lip compression after your statement or after your answer is still a 4. And then there's some immediate emotional recall eye movement, or it's an internal dialogue or internal conversation after his statement, which is a 3, and a second lip retraction, which means the lips pass the barrier of the teeth, which is a 4, giving him a score of 23. Finally, I'll just say the cardinal sin here, the attorney asks a question and then offers an answer and only allows Michael just to say yes or no, which is one thing when I'm teaching attorneys, you never do that. You always want them to answer as much as possible. You don't want to offer them the answer to the question and then just let them confirm or deny. Greg?
Yeah, so the interrogator instructor in me is going to give you what that's called an interrogation. That's called a leading question, yes, no. Any of those that allow you an out, an easy out, did you, will you, have you, are you, all those are bad questions. Questions elicit a narrative response. So you ask a question that's open-ended and they roll off their tongue and people can't shut up. Once they start talking, they leak information with stressors and with illustrators that punctuate what you're thinking. And all of us would sit over and go, aha, that matters, this doesn't, and we'd run right through it. Interestingly, when you ask him the question, you talk about a postural bump, he does what I call target shrinking. Whoop. He goes down into like a little divot, and I think all he does is lean back. But it's interesting, I think in part because he moves for a living. He moves more than I would if I were in that same chair, because movement's who he is, and it's how he's wired. The other interesting piece is when they start to ask him questions, and they ask him, is he aware? There's suddenly a rise in adrenaline in him. You can't miss it. You can see the fight or flight and the moving his mouth. And then as he's trying to internalize what they're thinking, if you have kids, you know they do this. You have to teach them not to do it so they don't look stupid when they get to school. And that's when they're writing or coloring. They're doing all this. All mammals, when they're thinking, move their mouth. It's a learned behavior to do away with it. I train horses. When they get a topic, they start moving their mouth. It's just because we are milk drinkers, I suppose. There's something in our wiring that causes us to move our mouth when we're thinking. So you go from there, you watch him, he starts to think, and then when he's asked a question about whether he knew, you see him go up and to his right, and that's the same thing we saw from him when he was coached before. Probably an indicator he's coaching, internalizing, answering the question in a way he's been taught. All that, he's easy to read. You can watch him across the way. You can be a musical genius and not necessarily a genius in other arenas, and he's in not his arena at the moment. So here we go. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so a breathing rate is right up, double what it should be, I think, at resting. The way I read breathing rate is just to look for that kind of area of a collar, usually a button, something like that, and you'll just see it move. Even in low quality video like this, look at that area and you can see it going up and down. You can read the breathing rate really, really easily. You can, and all you need to do is just breathe along to it and see how you feel. Because how you're feeling is going to be indicative of how he's feeling. There are some things which are very, very similar in every human being. Your levels of oxygen and carbon dioxide are going to have an effect on your endocrine system. That's going to shoot off some neurotransmitters in your brain, and you'll get a feeling immediately around this. Yeah, absolutely, Greg. He goes back in his chair, and it's quite significant, even for somebody who we think would be moving a lot. We see him go very still, and then he moves back. So instantly I go, okay, that's notable, that's significant. I think what happens here to all these points here of being those being yes or no answers is he realizes it's a yes or no answer. And so there isn't a way for him to really obfuscate, get around this in any way. And, you know, he has to go with a yes. And the blink rate goes up massively at that point as well. So he's clearly under pressure. We see the swallow reflex as well. The second time around, he finds a way to obfuscate there. He finds a way around it. And in fact, just as Chase was saying, the lawyer offers him an out. And you see him smile because, you know, a beautiful moment has happened where he's been given the out for free. So yeah, great lesson there in what not to do if you're trying to get info out of people. Don't offer them the out there. So Scott, what do you got?
This reminds me of interrogating or interviewing an embezzler, because he's doing all the things that you see during that. When he asks him the question, he begins the question, he freezes, doesn't blink. This is as still as he gets from anything we've seen so far, super still. And then he takes that little pause after he finishes with the question to make sure to line up in his head. He's got the answer ready to go. He knows what the answer is going to be, but he's thinking all that comes with it. Is this what I'm supposed to be saying? Yeah. When we talked about someone who's being deceptive before, we talked about weight. Your brain says it has to do three things. It makes you wait, it has to think up a lie, then deliver the lie. So what he's doing is his brain saying, hang on a minute, let's make sure that's okay. So that's why we're seeing the pause there. As he goes back, that's the classic moving back from being dishonest. He's not, people say, oh, you move back when you tell a lie or you're being deceptive. Happens quite often, doesn't happen every time, but that's what we're seeing here because he's ready, because he knows the answer. Then he scoots back as he starts giving that answer. And we see his eyes flutter. You see those eyebrows go, those eyelids go up and down really, really quickly, because that's bothering him. Because when he says yes, not only is he saying, yes, I know he's accused me of this, in other words, but he's thinking about all those things that went on leading up to that, whether they happened or not. I'm not saying they happened, but I'm saying if something were to happen, that's what you would see. He's thinking about those things that goes through the event, not the details, just the event happening at that point. Then Greg and I do a thing in this thing called the True Crime Workshop, where we have a whole module on realizing the threat. When the investigators are there and they start asking you questions, oh wait, I'm in trouble. They're asking me so all the things. That's what we're seeing here. That's when he swallows, when he realizes this is not good. He knows it's not good anywhere. He wouldn't be there. But that's when we see that big swallow he takes right after that, when he realizes the threat. And again, he freezes. And when that second question comes, that's when his mouth starts going nuts. I mean, he starts chewing on his mouth. We see every kind of mouth indicator you can name. We see it in there. It's just like, it's all of them right there. That's in that little 3-second spot there. He goes nuts with that. That lets me know, or that suggests to me that he's saying to us with his body language, I'm really nervous. I'm really nervous. And this is really bothering me. Then the guy rephrases the question so he can say yes or no. So so Chase, there you go. That was this is a bad move on his part.
Yeah. Hey, one qualifier. I think I said all mammals move their mouth when they're thinking. Not all mammals. Don't know. I've never sampled them all. The ones I deal with do. Humans especially move their mouth when they're thinking, unless they're taught otherwise. Somebody will find that and fact check me, I'm sure.
Yeah, you'll get that one. That's for dang sure. Okay.
Were you aware that Jordan Chandler or his family on his behalf filed a lawsuit against you?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that at some point in time in that lawsuit, Adrienne McManus gave her deposition?
I'm not positive.
Your answer confuses me. How do you mean you're not positive? You don't know whether she gave her deposition or not?
Exactly.
We good?
Yeah.
Sure.
One of the ways I remember it starting is, Michael just sort of starting to touch my legs and touch my crotch over my pants. It progressed to him performing oral sex on me, him showing me how to perform oral sex on him.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
So here's what I got. I got actually quite a lot of downward intonation here. So I talk about intonation quite a bit. You got downward intonation, you got straight intonation, you got upward intonation, just as a generalized model. Downward intonation tends to be more secure, more certain. Upward intonation tends to be a question, and straight intonation tends to be just, a fact, a statement. We're getting downward intonation here, so there's certainty. We will get some upward intonation coming here later on, but we get looks for approval when the acts escalate. So there's no looks for approval on just the touching, but when the sexual acts come in, there's more looks for approval and some slight upward intonation on, I think, the word him. Yeah, that's all I've got on that one. There we go. Chase, what do you got?
So there's a distinct shoulder shrug when he says the word, one of the things I remember. We see his shoulder go up. And he says, one of the ways I remember it starting, this statement offers an escape that there could be more, there might be more somewhere else. He also uses and just starting to. So there's a lot of distancing language here. There's some internal conversation instead of recall with his eye movements here, which I think is a pretty strong data point. So if I'm the interviewer, that would be something I need to look into. And he prefaces the action with the words And I'm going to keep going through this and explain some stuff here towards the end. All statements have, or a lot of his statements have, an upward tone, eyebrow flash for acceptance. He continues a lot of eye contact during the accusations. So the eye contact goes way up during any kind of accusation of misconduct, and the eye contact is normal and varied during other parts of his stories. And he continues to exhibit, and I will admit, I've never done this much research on a video before. So I spent 2 hours today walking through his baseline, his other interviewers, and he continues to exhibit this exaggerated expression and behavior. It's a slower, more rehearsed speech during all the accusations. And if you watch the tape of this, you'll see a huge difference between when he's speaking about everything else and then his voice changes and he does something called a vocal fry during the stories about the events with Micheal, many times in this actual interview tape here. So, why is that maybe not deceptive? Number one, it's a stressful event. Number two, I think a lot of this looking for approval and upward tonality is looking for approval. Can I say this on camera? Can I talk about this in the open? And uptalk, where people finish their sentences with invisible question marks, is kind of a cool thing for people to do. So it's permissive speak has become very popular, and he cuts his hair like an Instagrammer and has this face stuff going on right there. So he's very much into the forward-leaning part of the culture, which is embracing and hugging and celebrating uptalk and uncertainty in speech. Declarative sentences are not cool anymore. Greg?
Yeah, so there's a handful of things here that make me wonder, of course. Now, let's also frame this. This is the guy who took the stand to defend Micheal Jackson and said nothing ever happened. So, under oath, took the stand, was the star witness. So he's got a reason to feel a little apprehensive as he's now saying something else. So a lot of these things, to your point, Chase, may or may not be deception. This is when you have to take into account what is going on in a person's head. And why we'll tell you, none of this makes us read minds. We would want to poke and ask questions after this. But he has a request for approval and a grief muscle, that little archy muscle right there that pops up when he starts talking about this. I also jumped on one of the ways I remember this starting. That's a long distance. But also, this is a man admitting to having sex with Micheal Jackson as a child. Regardless of whether you feel like you did anything wrong or not, there has to be all kinds of emotion and baggage and those things associated with it, considering where he's at in the middle of this documentary. So I'm not going to try to pretend to understand where he's at in his head, because none of us can. Every one of those kinds of things would be different. he does make a lot of eye contact and he asks a lot for approval. Now, there are lots of reasons you could do that. A victim of sexual assault, a victim of molestation, may be asking for approval to see if you think they're okay as they're telling you this story, or were they part of the problem. So there are lots of reasons for this. I also see some grief as the corners of his mouth turn down when he's telling his story. And this is a relatively young man. He's also awkward in telling the story. So there's a lot of body language here that makes me look at him and go, what's going on in there? But I also have to take into account he could have committed perjury to protect Micheal Jackson. He loved Micheal Jackson in those days. And I don't mean that in terms of sexual anything. This is a kid who loved Micheal Jackson. And then there's all kinds of feelings of guilt we know in people who are sexually molested and that kind of thing. So there's a tremendous amount going on in a person's head. And what I want you to know is you can't use body language to read a person's mind. We need to ask the next question. And that question doesn't get asked here. Mark, what do you got?
I've gone. Scott.
So
Okay.
Scott.
All right.
Scott, what do you say?
All right. Well, in this case, I'm seeing a lot of loping, which is just kind of like going along, telling the story. He seems comfortable with telling this from an uncomfortable space. So he's told this a lot of times. And if I was in the situation and it was explained to you guys, I definitely wouldn't be using the same vernacular in terms and ways of presenting it that he is to her and TV as I would with you guys. So I'm sure he's used another wording for this before, but as he's trying to make it, get it concise and compressed and get it in so his mother can hear it, so people can hear it and understand what happened without being too graphic. That's the part of the uncomfortable stuff I think Chase is talking about seeing there. And part of it when he shakes his head as he's explaining it, it's not that most people say, well, he's shaking his head no as he's explaining it. So that means no. That's not what's happening here. As he's going through this, his brain is saying, man, that we shouldn't, so much comes with what he's saying, because like Greg was saying, he's protected this before. And he said, no, it didn't happen. He's going against that. There's a lot going on in there besides just delivering this story, in my opinion. So as he's delivering, he's shaking his head no. He's just his brain's saying, this is embarrassing. I shouldn't have done this part where I told him I shouldn't have, or that it wasn't true. All these things that I said somebody else was lying about that happened to me as well. He's dealing with that. So that's one of the reasons he's shaking his head no. I think he's embarrassed and frustrated at the same time. I think we're seeing a lot of those things come out. When I've dealt with situations like this before and talking to somebody about it, I've seen behavior that looks just like this. And I've told you, given you a couple of examples before, Greg, I've told you about a couple of those. And it's a situation where they're embarrassed and they're telling it. And the story he's telling he's said all this before, but it's been boiled down to a statement, more than a statement, just a few statements to give that person to tell him what happened as it went along. So he's telling what happened as he goes through this without being really graphic. In other words, he's being graphic, but he's not. He's getting right up next to graphic before he starts into that. So that's the uncomfortable thing I think we're seeing in all that.
One of the ways I remember it starting is, Micheal just sort of starting to touch my legs and touch my crotch over my pants. It progressed to him performing oral sex on me, him showing me how to perform oral sex on him.
All right, we good?
Yeah.
All right.
Did it scare you? Did you think it was wrong?
The couple days prior to the abuse starting, he started touching me, just in the sense of like hand on my leg, lots of hugs, kissing my forehead, rubbing my hands. So there'd been this kind of development of physical closeness that was happening already that felt like a father. It just felt amazing. As Micheal started doing these sexual acts, he started talking to me about God brought us together. We love each other, and this is how we
love each other.
We love each other, and this is how we show each other our love.
There we go. All right, I'll go first on this one. Again, his illustrators are very demonstrative. They're really big. When someone's not being honest, or let's say they're giving signs of deception, like we saw in the Micheal Jackson ones, his illustrators were small. They're only big when he's batting away those things we talked about earlier. These are big he's using, and he's very fluid. He's loping along, telling the story. He does have vocal fry here as well. but I think that's part of his personality in this case. So we're seeing these big demonstrative illustrators, and his voice is staying at a pretty strong tone. There's not a lot of backing off of what he's saying, even though he's talking about something that's really embarrassing. Another thing you'll notice in this is the mirroring of the crossed legs in there between the two guys. They're both, and the way they're sitting, there are two ways you can go in and cross your legs, and you can be the masculine person. You sit down and you give it one of these. So here's what happened, and I'm being a guy. What are we going to do, about all this? Then you've got that Don Draper type where you come in and they do that and they give it one of these. And this is more of an alpha situation where you don't say, what are we going to do? You're like, here's what's going to happen next. And you're the one explaining to what's happening. So in that case, they've taken on that persona of I'm here because it's about me and I'm telling you what's happening, is combined with those things we're talking about a second ago. That's what's given them the confidence to tell these things, or part of that confidence. They're here, or I'm here to tell you what happened. And that's what he's doing, I believe. Again, he's telling what happened in these cases. And I think I'll stop there. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, I usually associate large illustrators with a true story. However, if they're way too demonstrative, I wonder. And, that all this stuff makes me feel uncomfortable. Now, also, I will say, when a person feels guilt or remorse about something, they also can, they'll rehearse and get everything together before they show out there. I don't know this guy's baseline, and shame on me. I should have gone and watched a video. If his hands are normally big talking, then this is real. But if all that is overly rehearsed, then shame on him, right? I haven't seen his baseline, so hard for me to say. We usually associated large movements, lots of illustrators with telling the truth. And he does have a very clearly enunciated story as he's going through this. It's not just his hands. If he's acting, and Mark, I'll pass it to you after this. If he's acting, he's doing a pretty damn good job, because his gestures, his hand movements, his illustrators, his face, everything is punctuating at the same time. There's congruency, is the term you would use in body language, in the messaging. If his messaging is this good, I don't know what he does for a living these days, but he should be in advertising if his messaging is this good and he can rehearse and do it. It looks fluid, it looks natural, it looks believable. And other than that, certainly I see a little grief. I see, a little bit of facial muscle movement that may indicate something else. But again, guys, there's a ton of money in this entire thing. I did read that they were not paid to do this show, but Micheal Jackson had a ton of money. There was a ton of money tied up in the lawsuit. The lawsuit they got settled out of court with the kid they were talking about, Jordan Chandler, that was for a lot of money. This kid took the stand. Who knows what he got for that? Not saying he did or didn't. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of reasons for this guy to show nervous body language as he's delivering this message. And his message is congruent, face, hands, words, all at the same time. And that's hard to fake, in my opinion. So I'm going to pitch that to the expert on being able to fake it, Mark.
Yeah. And Mark, before you start, let me throw this up, because I forgot to add this to my thing. The first books I read of yours, you always talked about the truth plane and the passion plane. Yep. And I don't know if you're going to get into this here, but as we go through this, we explain what his hands are doing in the truth plane and the passion plane and the differences in those.
Yeah. So Greg, I got the same things written down here, which is clear illustrators, and they're congruent with the story. They're very descriptive. So I think some of the kind of big demonstrative nature of it, when he's coming up into passion, which is chest height here, it's because he is energized about the story. We do get descriptions of height, I believe, and stroking the head, and during all of these descriptions of the act, you get downward intonations. So there's a lot of congruency and certainty around the acts that happened. At the start, you see a lovely little gesture down in the truth plane here, which is around navel height, around the couple of days beforehand, and he's saying, I don't know whether it was this day or that day, and he has upward intonation on that. So there's uncertainty about the exact day that he's talking about, and then we get, when he gets into the acts, clear downward intonation and demonstrative gesture, which fits in the rhythm of what he's saying. Then we get onto how he felt around it. So the feeling of a father, and then we get upward intonation. So he's very clear on the acts that happened. He's not so clear about exactly what days before leading up to it they were. And then he has uncertainty around the relationships and the feelings that went on, because then we get the upward intonations around the idea of father, God. Those are all things that are questionable. What it was said to him, the motives, the relationship is now questionable. I don't think it's questionable for him as to the acts that happened, the physical things that happened. I think you're right. It's pretty tough to falsify such a kind of a coalition of information all at the same time. Yes, you could rehearse it. You could rehearse it. Doesn't feel rehearsed. Doesn't feel like. Doesn't even feel like good acting. It's just like somebody telling the story as they see it. There's too much variation, too much complexity for that to be a rehearsed piece, in my opinion there. But Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I think there's a lot going on here if you look at this. I went back and I watched him several years ago, all the way up to the videos where he was on Jimmy Kimmel. And he is very demonstrative with this gesture. So that is definitely his baseline. And what I thought was interesting here is his body's completely fluid in speaking about the casual things that took place. When he gets to the abuse, his body closes up. The humerus bone, this bone right here, gets closer to his body. And our body is programmed from who knows how many millions of years of evolution to protect arteries when we get scared. So fear makes our shoulders come up. It makes our neck go like this, and these metaclastoid muscles come out, and they jump in front of the carotid artery. We have a brachial artery down here that squeezes in. The shoulders come up to protect the neck. So fear makes our body protect arteries. And we see some of that here towards the end when he's doing this. So he shows more confirmation glances at the end, more eyebrow flashing at the end. There's more upward tone at the end. And there's no more body narration except for small hand movements. So we go from big and they get smaller and smaller towards the end when he's talking about the actual abuse, as he calls it. And I think that this is not, even if I were ignoring the trauma, ignoring everything else, and just going off behavior, this still would not score above a 12 on the behavioral table of elements. This would be a 10.5.
Did it scare you? Did you think it was wrong?
A couple days prior to the abuse starting, he started touching me, just in the sense of like hand on my leg, lots of hugs, kissing my forehead, rubbing my hands. So there had been this kind of development of physical closeness that was happening already that felt like a father, but just felt amazing. As Michael started doing these sexual acts, he started talking to me about God brought us together. We love each other, and this is how we
love each other.
We love each other, and this is how we show each other our love.
He said I taught him how to French kiss. And then it moves on to oral sex. But
Are you frightened or thinking this is weird or wrong?
No, it's in the context of a loving, close relationship.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
So here's a red flag for you. For me, this guy says, you taught me to do X. If you go watch this Bashir documentary, there's a part where Micheal Jackson's on the train with a lot of children. And you're going to find him saying to a kid, when a kid says, you'll have to teach me to moonwalk, he goes, you all taught me to moonwalk.
Yeah, teach us how to do the moonwalk.
Oh, you know how to do the moonwalk. I learned it from you guys.
Well, that's an interesting turn of phrase for this guy to know if that didn't happen. And that's a one-off in that video. Now, maybe he said that all the time to kids, but maybe he didn't. Maybe this is it. Other than that, you can see this guy has a lot of requests for approval as he's telling the story, but his illustrators, all of his messaging is toward Gail as he's talking to her, and everything is pushing toward her. I'm not going to spend a lot of time because for me, that phrase makes me want to go and talk to Micheal Jackson. Of course, we can't, but and say, what happened? Because I would even use the wording and say, in an interrogation, what we refer to as guilty knowledge or something that other people wouldn't know about, those words, when you start to bring them up in the interview or in the interrogation, then you start to get demonstrative body language coming out of somebody, because that's private conversation that occurred. And we have already seen that he doesn't mask all of his body language. So if in fact he did, and that was private language, we would have an end to his psyche and going after him. That's what I got. Scott, what do you got on this one?
All right. Mine's going to be pretty short too, because the personality difference in this is where we're seeing that dramatic difference in their illustrators and their approach and their tone and everything in this. Even when his request for approval, which you're talking about, Greg. But he's still loping along. Everything sounds good and clean. He's just not as loud. He's just not as demonstrative as the other guy. And for his personality, though, I think those are large illustrators. In that case, I'm not sure he's one that sits around doing those things like the other guy was doing, but he's using larger illustrators at this point. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I would say his illustrators seem to match the story. They are big, but they seem to match. The rhythm is right. We hear downward intonation on no, so there's some certainty around that. Interesting. You bring up, Greg, this idea of you taught me how to do that. That's a status raise. That would be a classic within a grooming procedure. Not saying that's the case, just kind of rings a bell, raises a flag for me around that. What's most interesting for me is the reaction of the first subject that we looked at as the second subject is being interviewed. And what we see from him is a big set of adapters and shift as we talk about, it was all in the context of a loving relationship. He shifts on that. I think there's a very different idea about what the relationship signified. One, for the second subject, was in the context of a loving relationship. Felt fine. For the first subject, it was a father figure. And therefore, my guess is the sexual acts don't ring as being wholesome and correct for that particular relationship that was being set up. And that, I think, is why we get that adapter, that big shift as he, especially around the ideas of, were you frightened? No, because it was a loving relationship. I think our first subject was frightened. It wasn't comfortable for him. So there's more stress, I think, around these ideas for the first subject rather than the second subject there. Chase, what have you got?
Yeah, I think this is the most truthful video we've seen so far, or the least deceptive, we could say. The emotion is fluid, the recall is genuine, and when she asked if he's frightened, we see something very telltale of truth-telling, that she says, were you frightened? And then continues speaking, but he starts shaking his head before he says that he wasn't frightened. So I think we're seeing a lot of, the valve is open, so to speak, that he's willing to answer before the question's even finished being asked. So I think he's very open, very honest. And to your point, Mark, I absolutely agree that he views this in a different way. And maybe he's viewing this in a way where he's modified that view over time for catharsis or to make it a little bit better.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah, and when you think about, if you think then about, why would have this person committed perjury potentially first time around? It's a father figure. I mean, to be honest, if my dad needs me to lie in court for him, I'm going to lie in court for him. It's gonna happen. So there's some complex relationships in here.
Well, and he further says, the first guy further says that, it's his word against nobody's, but Micheal Jackson told him that if they were discovered, their lives would be over and they'd both be in real trouble. So there you go. Go to jail, I think he even said it.
Yeah, forever.
Yeah.
Their life would be over.
Mm-hmm.
So
okay. Strong relationships of love and threat at the same time.
Yeah.
Complex.
Yep.
All right.
He said I taught him how to French kiss. And then it moves on to oral sex. But it's
Are you frightened or thinking this is weird or wrong?
No, it's in the context of a loving, close relationship.
Here we go.
There's no alarm bells going off in your head or any thoughts like that. Really, it's just, I love this person and we're trying to make each other happy. He said I was his first, but even as a kid, you don't even know what that means. So you're lovers and your best friends.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
We're seeing a continuation with the eyebrow flash for confirmation. I think there's a potential, the camera angle is strange, but I think there's a potential grief muscle there when he's saying, I love this person. If there's not, there's asymmetrical head movement on the forehead. And asymmetrical head movement happens, if you can see this brain back here, natural facial expressions come from right around here. Fake ones come from up here in the top. This one up here has been doing it for a couple 100,000 years. This one down here at the bottom has been doing it for 100 million. This one up here are fake facial expressions, or when they're not real, tend to be asymmetrical because that part of the brain is not extremely exercised in tightening the muscles on both sides of the face equally. So we do see some of that when we're seeing the one phrase, I love this person. So there's one thing in the video. I think the final part when he said lovers and best friends was cut and spliced in, and it was not part of this answer, so I'm completely ignoring it. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, same thing. I call this the organ of communication or connection, right? Your forehead. We constantly use our forehead. We use our forehead to signal recognition. We use our forehead to signal grief unintentionally. We ask for approval. We use our forehead in all kinds of ways. I browbeat you. And you can see he's trying to make connection with the interviewer, with Gail, and his brow is constantly moving as he's asking the question and talking. But I don't see it as a request for approval like, I'm lying and I want you to believe me. I think it's more of the vulnerable, do you believe me? Do you trust me? Are you judging me? Kind of a look. When the brow is constantly moving and his messaging is almost like he's asking for approval. His body's getting smaller. I don't see him as lying. I don't see a lot of signs of deception because I look for messaging to all tie together. Again, his story is moving along, what he's saying. While it might seem awkward to us for him to say we were in a loving relationship kind of a thing, for him at that time, whatever he was told is what his brain is saying, or whatever he recalls being told is what his brain is saying. If he's lying, he's got his rhythm down, all of his body language and his gestures there, and he's asking for approval like a child who would have been in the wrong kind of relationship by no fault of his own might do. Because, guys, this is how we have to be careful. People ask us this all the time. When you're asking and interrogating people, if you're interviewing somebody who has been the victim of a crime, it's really easy to confuse their lack of thorough facts with deception, because the way our brain works is under duress, like the first guy may have been. We don't lay down the same kind of memories we do when we are relaxed. And, a child, somebody who has gone through this, they're going to have memories of things and sketchy pieces. And it's very difficult to figure out exactly what's true and what isn't. And so you have to try to remove your own biases in either way, whether it's you believe Micheal Jackson did something or you don't. What we're looking at is fluid movement that looks like he's signaling what he's saying. That's mine. Mark.
Yeah, thank you. Chase, completely concur there. I love this person, upward inflection on that. So it's more questioning, was that relationship true? I was his first, upward inflection. Again, questioning, there's uncertainty that whether that was true. Odd thing to say to a child, to raise status there around a sexual act. Odd.
Uncertainty is cool now, though.
Uncertainty. Yes, absolutely. Uncertainty is cool. It doesn't, for me, have that that rhythm of the uptalk of the coast of America, or that West Coast uptalk, valley talk. So we do get that certainty on no beforehand. So it's not like he's doing up talk on everything, which is what I would get with somebody who's doing it for social reasons, to fit in, to say I'm one of the group, listen to my up talk there. So a good call as well, Chase, on there's a jump cut in there, which means we don't quite know what happens. The reason we know that there's a big jump cut in there is the first subject, we see them go from their hand isn't there to their hands up here. But the one thing that does give us is we get to see a self-soothing gesture there, which again makes me feel like whatever is being talked about here or before that moment, and again, we don't know because it jump cuts, is he needs to soothe himself around this. I think, again, the relationship to these acts are very different from each subject. They're very different experience, very different idea of the relationship and what would have been right in that relationship. So, Scott, take us home. What do you got?
Right. Well, I've seen a couple other interviews with people who have accused him of this as well. And one of the guys said he also said he was the only one, or he was his first. This is the first one he's been like this with. So that seems to be a common theme throughout that. And with this guy we're looking at now, again, he's fairly comfortable. He's loping, and I mean comfortable as in delivering the story in the state that he's in, because it's probably the state he gets in every time he's doing that. Everything looks the way it should to me. The only thing that bothers me is he places the situation in third person. He separates himself from it, which is quite common in these things, because he says, you don't understand this, and you're not aware of this, and you don't do this, as he's telling that story. And I think this is the only time he does that. So that kind of bothers me, but I know the differences in that. But if you're looking for that, because I think we've talked about it before, that's what's happening here. He's uncomfortable with it. It's something that's a traumatic thing that's happened to him. So he is separating himself from it. That's one way to do it. So you'll quite often hear the victim talk that way. I didn't see any deception in this one at all either. So that's short and to the point from my part.
And there's no alarm bells going off in your head or any thoughts like that. Really, it's just, I love this person and we're trying to make each other happy. He said, I was his first, but even as a kid, you don't even know what that means. So you're lovers and your best friends.
So as we go, so if you like what we're doing, be sure to subscribe and click that little bell, and it'll let you know when we have a video coming out. And Chase, you had something you were going to talk about?
Yeah, we talked a lot about baselining in this video, a whole lot about deviations from baseline, what a person's baseline is. There's some great scientific research on this from accredited universities and well-respected journals. I put some stuff together. I even made a website for you guys to go to. It is scottrouseishandsome.com. You guys can go to this website right now. All of the baseline research is there right now.
Knock it out, Tan Daddy. There you go.
Is that real?
That's a real website.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
I'm going there now.
Okay, I thought you were messing with me. Okay. Oh, man.
The behavior panel.
Yeah, Tandaddy.com, it is available, but
oh, dude.
It's a bit of an expensive gag.
That's funny.
Oh, Lord. Get the research on the baseline. Oh, no, dude, don't. Is this going to be a bunch of pictures?
That's good.
That's cool.
Handsomeness.
That's
good Lord.
Very nice. Very nice job, Chase.
That is hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah, that's funny. That's good. Okay, you got me. You stung me. Now we're going to take another look at Alec Baldwin. He's back in the news for responding to a protester who's kind of hassling him apparently he's having breakfast or something. We're going to dissect the body language and the behaviors, and you're going to tell us what you think in the comments.
Alec, can you please say Free Palestine one time? Why did you kill that lady? You killed that lady and got no jail time? No jail time, Alec? No jail time, Alec. You're putting innocent people in jail, Alec Baldwin. I'm so sorry. Free Palestine, Alec, just one time, and I'll leave you alone. I'll leave you alone, I swear. Just say Free Palestine one time. One time. One time.
Call the police.
One time, Alec. You know he's a criminal. Come on, Alec. Just say free Palestine one time. One time. Just one time, please. And I'll leave you alone. Free Palestine. Please say it. One time.
Could you do me one quick favor?
All right, Mark, what do you got?
So this is a classic example of being badgered. Why being badgered? Because one of the ways that you attract a badger is to bait them. So he's being baited with an idea. The key is he going to fall for that bait? Because when you're baited, somebody wants you to grab onto that hook and take the hook. Does he take the hook? Here's what happens here is there's a conflation between Free Palestine and did you kill that lady? The two things are not connected, but they're being connected in time. And then a whole bunch of other things are being connected just by the time. That's obviously, riling for him, but he does remain quite calm and in control. So this person badgers him some more with a logical fallacy that we call ad nauseum. Basically, she's saying the same thing again and again and again and again so that you will submit. You all have experienced that with all kinds of people trying to debate you or argue you. They just say the same thing again and again and again in the hope that you will give up. But actually, he stays pretty calm and in control. She keeps going with the ad nauseum. And frankly, in the end, he doesn't keep his calm. He doesn't keep his control because he is physical. He knocks the phone out of her hand. That's property. And so, and he probably has to physically touch her at some point. So, what would I say? He does lose control in the end, but under the circumstances of a device that's designed to cause people to lose control. Chase, what do you got on this one?
I don't think most people will get what you just said at the end there. I hope they do. If you take politics out of this, if you want someone to suffer because they don't agree with your politics, you're a bad person to begin with. You shouldn't be thinking that. But he's been through a lot. And if you could imagine, if he didn't do all this stuff that happened on purpose, he's been through an emotional thing that most of us cannot imagine. And for this person to start saying something like that is borderline psychopathic to be able to do this. And I'm not even going to talk about Alec Baldwin's behavior. It looks normal, like somebody who's being harassed. But here's what I want you to consider. Imagine how insufferable you have to be in order to get a gazillion conservatives to side with Alec Baldwin on the internet. That's all I'll say. Scott, what do you got?
Yeah, I got a gazillion and one because I'm with him on this one as well. Yeah, that wasn't cool, man. You can't be doing that. You can't be doing that. You're right. This is torture for him. But I think I think as he goes along, he's planning what he's going to do. I think he's deciding because he tries everything. He goes through all of it. And I think it'd be hard to blame him for losing his cool a bit there at the end. So I agree with you. And especially bringing up something like that and adding those two things together, like you're talking about, Mark, holy smokes, man, you're asking for it at that point, which of course she is, because she wants to have something on video because that's the way it's done these days. If it's not, people aren't hollering at you and everything's blowing up in there, then it's something like this, somebody aggravating somebody and making them mad, somebody that's famous. You're right, Chase. That's almost psychopathic. That's totally uncool. Greg, what do you got?
What we see a lot of times with folks like this is social pressure to win an argument. Like, say, Chase and I are in an argument. I turn to Mark and stop arguing with Chase and start bringing Mark into the argument and create social pressure. And so a lot of these people you'll see doing that. Mark, I agree with you. She is badgering. If he had said Free Palestine, she would have then said, what about the girl you killed? What about people you put? She's just after reaction from him, and he's notorious for reacting. We all know that. He's punched reporters and done that kind of thing. You would think she would be smarter than poking him as opposed to poking, a guy who might just sit it out. But she isn't. And she's after, I agree with you all, she's after that 15 minutes of fame that she's going to get from showing this video. And I think, I agree with you, Chase, very few people could accomplish what she's just done. He shows restraint. You see disgust and contempt in his face. He turns, he walks off, he gets wooden, he tries to get away, he comes back, and then he feigns like he's really asking for help. I love that. And then slap, knocks the phone out of her hand. Could have been worse. Could have been something else he knocked out. That's all I got.
All right. All right, Phil. I think it was a short one, but a good one. We'll see you next time. That sounded weird. A short one, but a good
Short
one.
but a good one.
The behavior panel.
Today we're going to talk about the slap heard around the world at the Oscars. Will Smith and Chris Rock.
Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right? That was a nice one. Okay. I'm out here. Richard. Oh, wow. Wow. Will Smith just smacked the out of me.
Keep my wife's name out your mouth.
Wow, dude.
Yes.
It was a G.I. Jane joke.
Keep my wife's name out your mouth.
I'm going to, okay? Okay.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so a lot of people will say this is staged, and Mark, you're going to cover a lot of stuff around staging, but what I will tell you is you look for signs of fight or flight. And if you look at Will Smith in the beginning, let's take it a step back. If you look at Jada Pinkett Smith, when the joke is delivered, you'll notice that she's not pleased. And when you're in a relationship, you pick up on those signals. Now, what we didn't see is him change. We didn't see him looking at her. That doesn't mean he didn't see her out the corner of his eye. We can't tell where that happened. But she rolled her eyes, she showed displeasure, and then suddenly he gets up and starts to move. Chris Rock, one point that is important is he probably was a funny guy his whole life, not just on stage. And if he's been a funny guy his whole life, then he probably uses humor to diffuse situations, and that comes up in the play. As he's walking up, if you notice Will Smith's demonstrative body language, he's walking up as if he's angry. He looks wooden, and then he walks up and he slaps. Now, I'll tell you this. In my career at working at Sear, we would use a slap to the face as an insult, one of the most powerful insults you can do to a man. Don't know if that was Will Smith's plan, no idea. But as he goes up and he strikes him, people will also say that Chris Rock, who was standing there, didn't put his hands up to guard himself. Well, how often do people charge this stage in the Oscars, especially a nominee, to come up and injure you? So I don't think that's anything to make it look like it's staged. When he does slap him, if you look at photos, you'll see his face is wrenched off to the side. And then as Will Smith turns around, you'll see anger in his face. Drawn sides of his mouth, his eyes are focused pretty hard. And then when he walks back and sits down, he has a chin jut and his teeth are exposed. His eyes are set steely and hard and narrow as he's screaming at him. And he's enunciating that cadence slowly to drive his point home. You'll see all of that. All that is pre-violence and fight or flight. You can't miss it. If you see that in a person, you probably are close to them doing something to you. Now, what's going through his head? Don't know. Can't read his mind. Can see that something was enough of a stimulus to cause him to go and do this. And then later we'll talk about his apology if we get to that. But this is about him walking up to do this behavior in response to a stimulus, in my opinion. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so definitely a real slap, not staged. The big indicator for me, having staged fight after fight after fight, the main thing you have to get, the key thing is eye contact between the two people in the fight. And if you don't have eye contact, it goes badly, badly wrong. And in a staged fight, even if it's a slap, if the palm hits the temple here, somebody gets knocked out, they hit their head on the ground or a piece of scaffold or so, and now we're all in hospital. And it's a terrible disaster. So if it had been staged, that would have been sorted out. Also, we would see somebody's hand come up to take the slap, or somebody's hand come down to their thigh to make the slap sound. You would never hit somebody on stage. It's just too dangerous. Too many people have had accidents or even died in that situation. So in a theatre or in film, you don't make contact. You just don't have to. There's no reason for it. Because also, what you do at the end of it is you sell it. You make a big deal of the impact of it. And there isn't a big deal on the impact made here. You make a big deal on the impact because you want people to forget about the slap moment. So they forget that they didn't really see anything truly make contact. So real slap, really happened. So Rock, normally he's big and demonstrative. He lands that joke. He sees in Jada Smith that it doesn't have the effect, and with the audience, that he wanted, because we get in Jada bitter taste in the mouth, disgust, eye roll. She targets with her eyes as well. She clamps down her hands and suppresses. So it's dislike, contempt, disagreement, anger, and suppression. Bad combination. He knows it's gone badly because we get some word salad from him. I can't quite work out what he's saying before uh-oh, and the uh-oh means he knows something bad is about to happen, or it's not going as intended. We've already seen him minimize. I believe that's why he puts his hands behind his back and lowers his head. Yes, he does step forward over that white line, but I think that's somewhat to take some territory, maybe, but also to get closer to see what's coming towards him. But he's minimized there and lowered his eye contact because he's trying to de-escalate what's coming towards him. Smith comes in, a lot of velocity. I don't quite think, well, look, what we're missing out on is that moment where Will Smith, because he's laughing at the joke, he's laughing along with other people, or just along with the event, or maybe doesn't understand the joke, or maybe actually finds the joke funny. I don't know which one it is, but certainly he's truly laughing at it. We've got to expect he then clocks his wife, realized this is bad. He's laughed at a joke that's affected her. She has seen that, and the rest of the world has potentially seen that. And my guess is he gets triggered in, what am I going to do now? He doesn't have a plan. So up he gets, full velocity in there. I think the slap is a kind of a last second idea, because he comes off balance. And then as he walks away, we see that he adapts a couple of times on his waistcoat. I think he's unsure about whether he did a good thing, the right thing, how it's worked for him. I think he's totally mystified himself by what's gone on here. So Rock is frozen. Again, still minimized. And Smith sits down. He's got glossy eyes, some almost tears there, emotional sadness, anger. Lupita Nyong'o next to him, pleasure, laughing, but then there's shock or fear, sadness, concern. It's a complete car crash situation. What I love in the speech afterwards is that he then put it down to a battle between God and the devil, which is a fantastic piece of spin, piece of genius. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I agree with you guys. And Chris has been an entertainer his entire life, decades on stage, dealing with hecklers and all kinds of having to improv a ton. And there's one moment in here we see him stomp with his left foot. You can see it in the video. And people are saying that this is him bracing, or this is him accentuating, or kind of getting dominant behavior. But he's been doing this stomp since his first performance that I was able to find in 1994. So this is a common behavior of his. So let's look past it for a second. His arms behind his back, I think, are a way to be dressed down. You'll see this in high-ranking military officers, and you'll see it in the lowest people in the military. So when you're in trouble in the military, somebody's really tearing into you, that's what you do. Your hands go behind your back. You might lean forward to take it, and you might put your head down. So that, I think, is what's going here, is what's going on here. And when he's leaning forward, I think it's either the lights, because the lights up on that stage have to be blinding at that point. They have to be super bright, where he's probably having trouble seeing what's ahead. And the second, if you ever spend time, I know Mark and I both do, and you guys probably do, I spend a lot of time wearing a lapel mic in front of lots of people. And if somebody starts walking towards me, if I'm in the middle of speaking, or if I'm in the middle of presenting, I'm going to lean towards them, because I want my ear to have the most distance from that lapel mic as I possibly can. So that's an automatic behavior for me, is leaning away from that mic. So I think that might be one of the reasons there. But there's this upward defensive movement of his arms right when he's slapped. And it's not a moving back like I was injured. It's I need to protect myself, which is another one for me that says it's not fake at all. But this is also paired with a dominant foot retreat. The moment that Chris Rock is slapped in the face, his dominant foot retreats, which is a fighting behavior. He's getting ready to fight. So let's talk about Smith really quick. Smith shows some clear pre-violence indicators. There is a direct line of approach. His arm swing gets shorter and tighter at the closer he gets to Chris Rock. He's completely avoidant of eye contact. And right after the slap, Smith performs this behavior called threat checking. So this is holding for a moment just to ensure there's not going to be some retaliation. And he does it for a quarter of a second there. And you can see that when we go through gunfighting training and stuff like that, they teach us not to do that. They teach us to shoot and then move as fast as you possibly can. That's exactly what they call that, the military threat checking. You can go call it whatever you like. Finally, the one thing I haven't heard yet on this video is the smirk. If you go back to any episode, people are saying he walks away with a smirk, so it had to be faked. Go back to any episode of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Go watch the movie Men in Black. This is the same face he made in these episodes when he got away with something or he did something dangerous. So those facial expressions were how he lived his life reacting to scenarios before the Fresh Prince even existed. So his acting is based off of how he responds to scenarios genuinely. So there's also one more piece of data here. There are videos of him slapping people that he was pissed off at in the past. So he using slaps as a disciplinary behavior is kind of a baseline for him. I don't think it was staged at all. Scott?
You guys have covered pretty much everything, but so I'll go quick on these. I think that laugh at the top is when Will gets up and starts walking toward Chris. It's that obligatory, laugh, the ha ha ha. He's always doing that laugh anyway. And when he gets close enough, I think I see that stomp, but I see that more as a hand slap on on the knee. You go, it's funny or something showing him that he thinks it's funny and he's ready to go along with this bit. That's whatever it's going to be, it's going to happen. I don't think he thought he was going to slap him when he walked up there, because I think that his head is down, and I think he either sucker punched him. And if he knew he was going to do it, he sucker punched him, because I think he's looking all the way down. He's got his head down as you would in pre-violence. He's walking the way you would in pre-violence. His arms are at his sides, arms akimbo as he goes up. There's that long stride, and the arms are out, and they're the long stroll or wave of the arms. And then when he gets up there, that thing comes out quick. And I think Chris Rock sticks his face out there because he's pretending, I'm ready for whatever the bit's going to be, and he doesn't realize he's going to slap him. And the more I watch this, the more I'm not sure Will thought he was going to slap him either. I thought he was going to go up there and say something or put his hands on him or something, but ended up slapping him. So right after the slap, you're right, Chase. He gets right on balance on that dominant foot, and his arm goes back like he's getting ready to start fighting too. It's almost that duck and protect and get ready to fight. And that's another thing we teach and show too when we talk about pre-violence and things that happen once somebody gets tagged or hit like that. That's another thing we talk about. His speed it grows as it gets closer. But I don't think he was on balance enough. His weight does go back, or Will's weight does go back to his right foot before he smacks him, but it happens so quickly. That's why I think as well it's a sucker punch or just hit him. I'm going to slap this guy. So I think he might have lost his temper then. But Chris Rock shows unbelievable emotional control over this. I mean, that is the high end. I've been around the block 40 times, because when he smacked him, nothing changed. He did say, oh, wow. But then he got right back up like a pro would. I think he did it totally professionally. I got up there and took the what I call royalty arms, or you have your arms behind your back like that. The royalty does that when they walk around and talk to you. It makes them seem, I hate to say, sorry, Mark, but it makes them seem like they're better than everyone else when they do that. So that's why I always referred to that as royalty arms. Then after that, that's when Will turns around to walk back. He does do that smirk. I wasn't aware of I never watched those Will Smith things. So I'm not familiar with that face, but it was that little smirk, but that looks like a little panic smirk at the same time. So it might be the same thing. And I think he hadn't made the decision yet whether he's done something right or wrong. He just knows he's done something out of anger at that point. Then when he's walking back, you're right. He goes down here, or Will Smith goes down here and he's pulling on his shirt, but he's got his big arm swinging like that. It reminded me of Stir Crazy when Richard Pryor is walking through the prison trying to act all tough and stuff and trying to act extra tough. He swings his arm. He walks just like that. Go look it up. It's Stir Crazy, Richard Pryor in prison. Really, really funny stuff. And then let's see what we got. I'm trying to get up stuff y'all haven't done yet. I got something from a comedic perspective. After he gets slapped and Will goes and sits down, we went over the Jada stuff. He says, "Oh, I could have," like he's going to say something.
I'm going to, okay? Okay.
And let me tell you, those comedians that have been around, they've been comedians longer than they've not been comedians. They've been on the earth that long. He could have lit him up and said something horrible just about his wife and about him, all that stuff. He could have lit him up, but he didn't do it because I think he's a pro. And I think that showed a lot of self-control there, more obviously than Will Smith has. And I think it was real as well. I'll go along with that. You guys have covered everything, but I'm going to go ahead and say it's real as well.
Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right? That was a nice one. Okay. I'm out here. Richard. Oh, wow. Wow. Will Smith just smacked the out of me.
Keep my wife's name out your mouth.
Wow, dude.
Yes.
It was a G.I. Jane joke.
Keep my wife's name out your mouth.
I'm going to, okay? Okay.
So let's go around the room and talk about what we've seen and what we think about that real quick. Just sum it up in 30 seconds or less. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so I think great example of somebody getting triggered by looking at his partner there, transitions from one feeling to another, not in control of that moment, undoubtedly regrets that moment as well, and is unnerved and unbalanced by what transformed out of all that. Not excusable behavior by any stretch of the imagination, but extraordinary in this situation. Chase, what do you think?
Yeah, I think this illustrates a lifetime of feeling like a person's lacking control. And anytime feelings of lacking control build up, they will always self-correct in one way or another. And it's always based on a person's self-control and self-worth. And here's one main thing that you can take home tonight from a behavior profiler's perspective. There is zero connection between net worth and self-worth. And we see suffering in Hollywood as much as we do anywhere else. Greg?
Yeah, Chase, exactly one of the things I would make a point. People are people are people. Yeah, you may have a lot of money. It doesn't change anything. Your dog doesn't have a lot of money. That's the way it works. And so when a person is dealing with whatever emotion, whatever kind of thing is going on, they're still going to have the same kind of responses you do, fight or flight. Now, actors can learn to portray that. But if he's acting here, he's doing a hell of a job acting, because what we saw, to me, is a person who exhibits all the behaviors of that thinking brain turning off and that responsive brain going up there. We saw the rigid movement. We saw maybe even him at the last minute making a bad decision, turning around, sitting down, and still so spun up based on the trigger event that he was still shouting and screaming and all of that. That shows us that he's not thinking rationally. He's behaving. And now we're talking about cat brain versus monkey brain. Now they're in that cat brain and they're responding. Last thing I'll leave you with is if somebody walks up to you, watch their shoulders. Pre-violence, I don't care what kind of violence they're going to do. They have to move their shoulders to lift their feet or use their hands. That's it for me. Scott, what do you got?
All right, I think this is a great example of one extreme to the other, someone who is out of control and someone who is in control. Will Smith loses control. He goes up, and I think the last second there, he decides he's going to smack him. Goes really bad for him. and Chris Rock looks like a champ. This Will Smith has ruined a lot of things for himself with that. His reputation, part of his film career, I'm sure. And whereas Chris Rock has only been elevated by that. So taking the high road was the toughest thing to do. And I hate taking the high road. It's always so hard. But apparently that's the right thing to do. Once again, history shows. So I think that's a great example of someone losing control and someone keeping control, and what happens when those two come together. I think it's a fantastic example of that. All right, fellas, I think this was a good one, and we'll see you next time. We're about to break down the body language and behavior of P. Diddy and his apology video. Greg, why don't you tell us about the video we're going to watch?
Yeah, so Cassie Ventura, who was a long-term girlfriend of Diddy, had filed a lawsuit in November of 23 that was settled the next day. In that, she had accusations of sex trafficking, beating, and other things that we're not going to mention here, but it was settled the very next day. Then this week in May, a video from a 2016 attack in a hotel lobby, in a hotel elevator lobby, was uncovered, and the DA says no charges can be placed, but Diddy has to do damage control. That's what we got.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life, but sometimes you got to do that. I was up. I had rock bottom, but I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy, go to rehab. Had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
I'm going to keep it really short here. Always ask yourself when you see an apology video, does it include a but? And when it includes a but, there's a problem. His comes late, but he goes on down and tells you, but I've been working on myself. Okay, that's good. That has nothing to do with how I perceive you. I'm going to perceive you based on what I see in the video, where there's a young woman on the ground, you're kicking her in the kicking her. That's pretty powerful stuff. If you haven't watched this video, go watch it yourself. But the but comes, and then a little bit of wrapping in holy ground, wrapping himself in holy clothing when he says, I'm talking to the Almighty good. That still doesn't affect whether the lawsuit's going to come after you or not. But people always are going to make a video for an apology instead of an interview, because it's their chance to deliver whatever message they want to deliver without being interrupted. We do them all the time when they're asked questions, and it has to get really tough. If you're going to do an apology video, the best time to do it is when you're feeling really, really, really down about something. It doesn't have to be about the act. It can be about the fact the video came up or whatever. Never, ever, ever let a crisis go to waste. It always works well. Mark, I'm sure you've told people before, when you're at your lowest is when you want to go apology. And look, everybody makes mistakes, but the more stellar a person is, the more likely they're hiding something back in there. I see not a whole lot of body language that I'm going to jump on. I'm going to leave that for you guys. I'm just going to say that when I hear a but, even no matter how long rambling it is, and then I wrap myself in holy clothing, that doesn't feel like an apology. That feels like I'm sorry this happened. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so what body language do I see? Well, I don't see much in the forehead there, so we can't see a great deal of potentially concern, grief in there, sorrow in there. Why? There's probably a lot of Botox going on there, so not a lot happening in the forehead, where we'd usually like to look for if he's sincere around this. I think we see his eyes go to potentially a script or some notes down below his phone or on the table in front of him. So that's of interest. But what's really being said here? It's difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. So he already puts up a barrier. This is difficult to reflect. Darkest times in your life. Well, I'm not apologizing. So it's nothing to do with my life. Technically it would be one's life if he's talking about him. But I think he wants to deflect and distance himself from this. You've got to do that, he says. Again, that's distancing. It's I have to do this.
Yeah, but he doesn't want this to be focused on him right now and his relationship to this act that we've seen in this hotel lift lobby, which is extreme. If you haven't seen it, that's your business to go over and see that, but it is extreme what happens there. Now we do get an I hit rock bottom. So he's now there in the story because he wants to tell us he's got to as low as he could possibly get there, this direct relationship to this pit of hell that he was in. And he does take full responsibility for the action. But then he goes on to say therapy, rehab, and God, grace and mercy. Well, therapy, rehab, that kind of suggests a sense of illness. So it's like, I take full responsibility, but I might have been ill in some way or on drugs or alcohol. So I want to distance myself from that. And then I agree, Greg, he brings in this kind of sacred space there, wraps himself in divine intervention. He's asked God for help on this. He goes into what I would call vision at the same time. His eyes go up to where the heavens would be, slightly to give us that idea of a lyrical kind of vision of some kind of deity. And then at the end, he does say, I'm truly sorry. But for what? Sorry to who? And for what? There's no mention of a victim. There's no mention of the actual crimes. I understand there might be some lawyers who are saying, hey, don't re-mention who this is about and what the crime is, because that could escalate things. But ultimately, if you can't mention the victim and you can't mention what you're sorry for, probably better not to do it in the first place. I don't know who he's doing this for, because it can't help the victim here, because the victim's not mentioned and the crimes aren't mentioned. And it doesn't help me understand that he's sorry towards the victim, because he's not mentioning any victim or crimes. There is quite a bit of disgust that we see throughout. I don't know whether that's disgust for his acts or disgust for him having to show up and do this. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, so let's talk about him using those words, Mark, that you talked about. This is also a way that someone can socialize an issue. So it makes you reflect about yourself going through something similar by using those words "you" in the very beginning of the video. In like the more deep level influence training and stuff like that, this is called a shift of referential index. So he's also shaking his head no to deny everything in the video. When he's denying everything, he's shaking his head no. Then he's using the exact same no head shake to say he takes responsibility, he's disgusted, and that he's becoming a better man every day. Same exact behavior as when he's making a denial. That's strange. When you just see somebody shake their head no and say, I am sure of it, that doesn't mean anything unless you have a baseline, unless you have some behavior to compare it to. And I think it's fascinating how these come out after the video gets leaked. There's the story of redemption hidden inside of all this as well, as if he's been through all this therapy and self-work. So all the things that he did in the video were almost like someone else, almost completely removed from being him at all. It's like somebody else is responsible for this. And all I can say is I hope the allegations aren't true about the other stuff, but if they are, if there's any chance they are, I hope he publicly reveals all the videos and the names as soon as possible. These people involved in what was alleged anyway should be dragged into the light for everybody to see before any Epstein stuff happens. Scott, what do you got?
All right, I totally agree with you on that. My question is, who's he apologizing to? Who's this guy talking to? I mean, he just starts saying, I'm sorry about. So what if who are you sorry to? He doesn't say who he's apologizing to. He only mentions her name, I think, when he talks about going to therapy and all that stuff, because I think she's doing it too, which would make sense. I mean, for her having to go too. But so right out of the gate, I'm going, who's this guy apologizing to? It doesn't make any sense. And when we're presented with something like this, it's just as important to point out and look for the things that are supposed to be there, but the things that aren't there that are supposed to be there, that's when you know something's up. And there's so much missing from this. His voice tone is too controlled. That's not real emotion we're seeing or hearing. His voice is just in this really weird range, and it just stays there. You don't hear that low guttural thing happening. His head doesn't go down. He isn't having those big cathartic breaths where he breathes in real deep and lets go. None of that. Nothing. No pain. No nothing. It's a pitiful attempt to show himself being sad, but we don't see any sadness. We see no cues of sadness. We don't see any furrowing in the brow. We don't see the chin boss move at all. Nothing. It's just him talking. He gives it a shot a couple of times. He tries a couple of times, but that doesn't work either, And when he talks about being disgusted, he doesn't show disgust there. Where you'd say, "I'm disgusted," your mouth would go up right here like this, and maybe a little wrinkle in your nose. Don't see any of that. And this is what matching and mirroring looks like when you're the one that's matching and mirroring somebody. And let's say we filmed you matching and mirroring someone. This is what it looks like. It looks like that's what he's doing. He's trying to act, I think, at this point. It's not working for him. And it doesn't look good. I think this whole thing was a mistake for him. And when he says, "I hit rock bottom," we don't see the confirmation nods where we should. They're not happening on the words. When we talk about illustrators, how you illustrate specific words and phrases. And his head nods aren't on those specific words. So he's not, from a neurological perspective, he's not synced up with what he's saying. His brain, his emotions aren't in line or hooked up with what he's saying. So that's another thing that looks fake about this thing or makes it look bad for him. And to me, it feels like this is maybe the fifth, sixth shot at doing this, if not more, of him sitting down, trying to look sad, trying to sound sad and all that, because it seems it's not rushed, but there are just these sections of it. You just say, Mark, from an acting, what do you see from an acting standpoint, an actor standpoint? Is that what I'm saying making sense?
I mean, if you wanted to be a better actor, it could be so much better because it could have so much more emotion in it. But any decent actor is conjuring it up from their past in some way or something, it's some kind of emotional recall. So from an acting point of view, he's not good. It's not a great performance at all.
Well, you got to have that emotion.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think he can recall. I wouldn't think he'd be able to recall that emotion because I don't think he feels that emotion other than for himself sometimes, So I think any of this fake sadness we're seeing, maybe he's conjuring that up himself from thinking, when his puppy died or who knows. But it looks, and every woman that watches this is going to say, I know what's wrong. This is fake. And that's why, because I don't believe it's real. I don't think it's real. I think this was a mistake.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your life. But sometimes you got to do that. I was up. I hit rock bottom. But I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy, go to rehab. Had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
All right. Well, we've taken a look at the video and we've all pretty much made decisions about what we think what's happened. Mark, what do you think's happened?
Yeah, I would say Botox aside, because we're not seeing a lot of anything in the forehead, but even taking that into account, I don't think we see enough of any type of emotion that we'd want to associate with this to say that it's sincere. So I would say it is most likely an insincere apology going on. And then we have with that there's no reference to a victim, no reference to any kind of crime or even just misdemeanor or just, doing stuff, direct talk about what was wrong. So there's too much distancing there. I think, Chase, to your point, I absolutely agree. It's the defense of it really wasn't me. That person back then is nothing to do with me right now. And therefore, it's a different person. Terrible defense. It doesn't make him look any better. But I don't think after seeing that video of the act that anything could make him look good. He would have been better, I think, to have done absolutely nothing. He'd still look as bad as he does now, but at least he wouldn't have had to get out of bed that day. Chase.
When you watch this video, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go through it and try to match his face, match his breathing, match his posture, and match the tone of his voice while you talk. And if you feel remorseful, something is probably wrong. If you feel sad, something's probably wrong because you're not doing it right. The emotions are not here. And if you're matching that, if you're doing a parody of this, you should feel next to no sadness or emotion. Scott?
Yeah, I think this. Why don't you go to Greg? I wasn't ready, dude, because we always go.
Well, we always do, yeah.
I got to go up to Greg, and I was like, I'm thinking my eye itches, and I want to do it when. Sorry, dude. Okay, go ahead and throw it to Greg.
And Greg?
So when you give an apology, it's about feeling contrite for something you've done wrong, clearly wrong, and you understand it's wrong. What we see here is not, if there's any emotion here, it's sadness to me. And it's not sadness for that having happened. It's sadness about what is happening, that this video just came out. That's why I was saying, Mark, never waste a good crisis. This is a good opportunity to at least have some kind of emotion instead of being arrogant, cocky, and saying, we don't talk about that. Remember, you did that on TV before or on a podcast, and we don't talk about that. Did the Bill Cosby move? So maybe that's the reason they did bring him out. However, I agree with you all. There's no apology about what he did, just that something happened. There's a whole lot of cover. There's a whole lot of, hey, I'm sorry I did this thing. And the other thing, an excuse is not part of an apology. The apology is a chance to come in and say, Chase, I'm sorry I broke your car. But the reason I broke it is because. That's what we have here. And then aggrandize self again. I don't see that this guy's contrite for what he's done. I think it's an opportunity to come out while he's at his lowest point, or he thinks he's at his lowest point. He said, I hit rock bottom. I got a feeling that might still come. We might see some more of this stuff come up. And I read that he was actually concerned there might be other footage somewhere. Was why. That's what I read this morning. Now, whether we know that or not, I'm not sure. But don't believe the apology. Don't think he feels bad. Scott, what do you got?
We've seen so many of these apologies. In fact, we've seen so many. We did a whole video, and I'll tag it at the end of this thing, where it was just these YouTube people apologizing to the internet. It is the most hilarious thing you've ever seen in your life. So go watch it if you haven't seen that one. But what he didn't do, what Diddy didn't do,
yeah, don't go down that road.
You'll never get out. So he didn't go watch anyone else's apology and see how you do it. This is the shortest one I've ever seen. It's less than 2 minutes, I think. How long is it? Is it a minute and something?
1 minute 40, something like that. Yeah.
Jeez, yeah, that's short. Usually they drone on and on. They get to crying and all that, So it's hilarious. None of that.
A dog
here.
in the picture.
Yeah, none of that here. It's all him doing what he thinks, and it's set up. There's a structure to it. It's got a beginning. It's got a little action in there. It peaks where he talks about he had to go to therapy and those kind of things. And then there's the outro at the very end. It's almost like a song, like a song. It's almost like song structure, which I'm sure that's the way he sees things like that. But even when you look at when I was doing the sound on this one, trying to clean it up, and you can see how these things are in groups. There's 3 groups of him speaking there. So I think there's 3 boxes he's laid out. And you can see that because it comes a WAV file. You can see what the sound looks like when it's broken down. So, and it comes in these 3 groups. So I'm sure, like Mark was talking about, when he's looking down at something, he's reading, or he's looking at his structure, reading each point to read, or so he'll know where he is. So that's I thought that was interesting. But then again, it makes me feel more confident in my feeling that this is fake and he really doesn't mean it. Because like all you guys said, who was he apologizing to? Didn't mention her except for said she went to therapy and he did too. And that was it. So it just doesn't look good. Doesn't look good from any angle in here. All right, fellas, I think it's another good one, and we'll see you next time. Today we're going to talk about Amber Heard. This is part 4. Greg, tell us about the videos we're going to watch.
Yeah, guys, this is as close as we're going to get to live on anything. This is the first 2 hours of Cross, and this is Depp's attorneys taking her story apart. And if I have to tell you what this story is, you've probably been in a coma.
And he tells you, you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Miss Heard?
He can't.
One of the first questions your counsel asked you on direct is, why are you here? Do you remember that?
I do.
Let's please play Plaintiff Exhibit 357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
Right, and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and yes. It's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes. I thought it was preposterous.
And the man you beat up numerous times. Right, Ms. Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he's a victim of domestic violence.
I know that he is suing me and has sued other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
Or, as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he was a man who beat me up for 5 years.
Mr. Depp is your victim, isn't he?
No, ma'am.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
So I'm going to be a little long-winded on this one because there's so much here. And then I promise I'll try to keep it as tight as I can. First of all, her head is like some kind of a switch. When she looks at the jury, this should tell you how involuntary a request for approval is. Doesn't mean you're lying, but when you raise your brow and you're trying to get approval, it simply means you want approval, whether you're lying or whether you're just trying to get somebody to agree with you. Every time she turns her head, it's like she's got a little switch right here, and when her jaw passes a certain break point, her forehead goes up as she looks at the jury. Doesn't happen as much when she's looking at the attorney. Kind of interesting. Then when she gets to this place where she's saying that she's rejected and that he is denying her and that he's done with you, see her go downright eye movement, which we associate classically with emotional information. And then there's a whole lot of blink rate increase there where there's a flutter or a blink rate. She eye blocks and she does full-on head avoidance as she's looking away from that attorney. This is the core issue. That denial of her is here. Then I see her go to legitimate sadness with a kind of a slack lower jaw and her head kind of leaned down. I'm not talking about when she's reading. I'm talking about when she's feeling all of this pressure. Remember, her baseline is that disdain thing, but she does some resignation with her lip drawback when she hears herself saying these words. And then she never says, I didn't beat him up. She says, I couldn't hurt him. That might be the issue. I'm disappointed I couldn't hurt him. I could hit him as hard as I want. And then she goes back to it. She does that down her nose. Hard to like somebody who's looking down their nose at you. She does that. And then she turns her head away. She exhales in exasperation, and she says, I couldn't hurt him, and does that one shoulder rise. Maybe she equates that whole thing with, if I can't hurt you, then it's not domestic violence. when she does a lip compression, then she starts to navigate words. I'll leave it at that because there's so much. One last thing. There's so much else here. When she says no, ma'am, if you're not Southern, you probably associate that with her being polite. If you're Southern, Texas, you probably associate that with a emphatic. No, ma'am. No, sir. That's emphatic. That's the way people talk down here. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, not seeing Johnny's eyes. Let's look at that. In fact, let me just look on Johnny Depp here. So there's been a lot of media speculation around why he's not up and why he's not getting eye contact, and a lot of media speculation that he can't look his victim in the eye. And of course, what the prosecution here do is try to deal with that in this moment as well, and bring up this tape where he says he's committed not to look her in the eyes. And so they've reframed this idea of being antisocial into the idea of being committed to a cause, which I think is a really good spin on that. True or not, I'm not quite sure. Well, he says that anyway. But here's what I do know, is that his eyes tend to be down because he's writing or sketching. And both of those things are classic ways to keep your cognitive mind at the forefront and that primitive reptilian brain in the background, so you don't get triggered emotionally by what's going on around you. So it's a class technique that I train other people in as well. If you're in an environment where you think you're going to get triggered by what's being said and get emotional, just write down what people are saying, sketch out what people are saying. Now, in the recording that we hear, I think it's interesting that Heard says, I, Johnny Depp, a man, I am a victim too of domestic violence, and he goes, yes. And how strong that yes is, good downward intonation, jumps in on that with a lot of power, a lot of exclamation. I think he's feeling at this point positive that that is the truth and seen by this. So, good indicator there that he does truly believe that he is a victim of domestic violence. Now, at the same time, he doesn't deny the idea of I too am a victim of domestic violence. So once again, we don't hear a denial that he's any part of domestic violence, and we don't have a denial from Amber Heard. But this is consistent with what we were talking about in the last video. Nobody seems to deny it in any way. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, they did a great job with these questions. I will say that. There's some of them that have problems, and we'll talk about that. But at the moment she's saying, I was saying it to the man that beat me up, there's immediate mouth closure following her answer, which suggests, especially with her baseline, some stress or deception. And this is a calculated answer. And so she has a baseline in court here at the deposition of injecting data. And like I'll ask her a question about one thing, she'll inject data about something else. And the problem with thinking like a lawyer instead of a person who was victimized is that it comes out looking like a story or a pushed narrative. And right in the same moment, there's a complete absence of emotion that we saw initially in response to all these events. So when truthful people are on the stand, they will show the same emotion, whether being examined and during cross-examination. You'll still see the emotion there. And right at the moment where we're hearing, you didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim. There's a huge inhale followed by a postural retreat. Greg talked about the eye flutter. These are stress behaviors is what we're looking at. And there's a missing perpetrator here. She's not talking about the severity of what happened to her or how bad this other person is. And this is more indicative of a made-up story because it's focused on the suffering of the victim and her shame about doing that. If this is deceptive, the shame of doing that softens the manufactured malice of the aggressor. So I'm ashamed of this. I'm just going to focus on my suffering and not make that person out to be the worst human being ever. The large exhale is probably due to this question being a little bad. This last question here. There's no anger. There's no confusion present here. Only the story, just the story. And what you're seeing here is not testimony of a victim. In my opinion, you're seeing delivery of a narrative, this
constant looking to the jury to answer all of these questions is very strange. And you don't typically see that unless the person's more focused on a narrative than they are with their own suffering. So with her tendency to insert all this data that we just talked about, this is the part where we would see it right at the end. This is the part where the real truthful data would come in. And one of the diagnoses, I'm sorry for going long. I promise this is the only one I'm going to do this on. One of the diagnoses that she potentially received is revolving around histrionic personality disorder. And to help you unpack this as we go along, we're going to unpack 8 or 9 videos here. There's 8 diagnostic criteria for histrionic personality disorder. In each one of these clips, I'll give you one. So verbatim from the diagnostic manual, has a style of speech that is excessively impressionistic and lacking in detail. Strong opinions are expressed with dramatic flair, but underlying reasons are usually vague and diffuse without supporting facts and details. Straight out of the diagnostic manual. And we'll get another one next time. Scott, what do you got?
All right. When it starts out, she looks right down the barrel of the camera. And I've never seen eye engagement this odd before in court. I mean, her eyes get real big and she just bang, looks right down the barrel of the camera with her mouth open. And we see those eye flutters, or the eyelash flutters, or the eyelid flutters. And that's, I think, deals with personal pain. Because that caught her off guard when she said, he said you'd never see his eyes again. So I never heard anything that cool before, and I don't think she has either. I mean, who's heard that? I mean, Greg said it was probably from a movie or something. But yeah, but that's pretty hardcore when somebody says something like that and you're not ready for it. So when she brings that up, I think it's a little bit embarrassing for her, but at the same time, I think it's a little bit painful for her. And when she says, "As far as I know, he cannot look at me," she looks at him twice. I mean, she looks at him 2 times. So I think the attorney's playing hardball with her, and it's got her upset and addled. And they're going back and forth, and it's sort of a contest to see who can be the snarkiest and the smartest as it goes along. We're seeing all those expressions that let us know she's trying to look like she's sad and trying to look like she's hopeless, all those things. And those are just attempts at those expressions. She's trying that really hard. So after the recording, when the attorney says, "And the man you beat up, right, Miss Heard?" Then her chin goes up, her head goes back, and that chin comes forward. And then she does that thing where she turns her head to the side and then blows out air. I've never seen somebody who wasn't lying when that chin went over there to the right or to the left, wherever it is, when it goes toward the shoulder. Usually it's that one shoulder shrug and the chin goes toward it. There are no absolutes, but every time I see that, I think that person, I go right to that, and I've been right every time when I've seen the head go to the side and the chin to almost touch the shoulder. I don't know why that is. Greg and I were talking about somebody else one day. You got home and said, "What do you think about this guy?" I said, "I think this guy is being dishonest," and that was the cue that we talked about there for a second, Greg. And just before she says, I know that he's suing me," we see her mouth wide open with a chin jut. And that indicates she's trying to control control the situation or control herself. And it happened it was so odd, but it happened so naturally. I think her brain, when somebody verbally attacks her, that's her reaction, is to just blow up. But I think she's controlling it. But I think her face automatically goes into that thing where her chin comes down and out and her mouth opens up wide. I think that's why we keep seeing that. All right, that's all I got.
And he tells you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Miss Heard?
He can't.
One of the first questions your counsel asked you on direct is, "Why are you here?" Do you remember that?
I do.
Let's please play Plaintiff Exhibit 357A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. And for the record, it's 2122 through 2140.
And see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and yes. It's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
That's your voice on that recording, right?
Yes, it is.
And you were speaking with Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And you said to Mr. Depp, quote, you can tell you can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and the judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them Johnny Depp, Johnny Depp, a man, a victim too of domestic violence, end quote. That's what you said, right?
I was saying it to the man who beat me up, yes. I thought it was preposterous.
And the man you beat up numerous times. Right, Ms. Heard?
I could never hurt Johnny.
You're here in this courtroom because Mr. Depp finally told the world that he is a victim of domestic violence.
I know that he is suing me and has sued other people or corporations that have said that as well.
You didn't think he would tell the world he was a victim of domestic violence, did you?
I found it hard to believe that he could or that he would do that, considering the relationship he and I had. I thought it would be crazy for him to do so, knowing what I know we lived through.
Or, as you said to him in that recording, who was going to believe that Johnny Depp, a man, is a victim of domestic violence, right?
With all due respect, I wasn't saying it because he's a man. I was saying it because he was a man who beat me up for 5 years.
Mr. Depp is your victim, isn't he?
No, ma'am.
You said he hit you and he was wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard? So he hit you with rings on every finger?
I don't know if I've ever known Johnny to not wear rings.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard, you testified to an incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you testified, quote, you don't know how many times he hit you in the face.
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing? You weren't
The
specific.
testimony that you gave on day 15 of this trial, March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
I'm sorry, just so I understand better. There were several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
Well, he pretty much
March
always...
of 2013.
Right. What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
He was wearing rings on that occasion?
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay, let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. You testified that this is a picture you took after that incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that was one where he grabbed me.
And hit you in the face so many times that you don't remember. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Not that this picture shows.
And there's no medical records reflecting that you sought treatment after this alleged incident either.
I did not seek medical treatment at this time.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times.
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
Despite hitting you several times that you lost count with rings on on his fingers.
That's correct. I did not seek medical attention, other than my therapist.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so vocal clicks, which are the things that go like this before somebody talks, and we're going to hear a lot of those from Amber Heard, and we hear a lot during this. Now, what does that mean? In my view, when I hear those, I'm always looking out that there may be some stress around what's about to come. Does it mean somebody's being deceptive? No, not at all. But with other clusters of information that we're going to get, it starts to become a larger probability, and that's what we're dealing with here, is the probability that somebody is being deceptive, not the actual fact that it's happening. Another one that I would put in that cluster, she does not state that he hit her with rings on. That's never stated. What she says is, I've almost never known him not to wear rings. Well, look, I'm not saying she hasn't been hit, and I'm not saying she has been hit. But if you had been hit, my probability would be on saying he hit me with rings on. That's where my mind would go. That's where I'd expect other people's minds to go. Now, we all know with violence going on, all kinds of things can happen in somebody's psychology. But all of that said, we've got almost never and a double negative. There's nothing wrong with a double negative, but there's easier ways to say yes than not no. Okay? And if somebody's taking the difficult way around to something, that suggests to me they're making a journey that they don't really need to make. And why are they making that journey? Why are they having to circumnavigate such an easy route to a yes to that? So alarm bells go off for me on that one. Scott, what do you think?
I think this is a situation where the witness prep got a little bit out of hand. I think she went too far into it, and she's trying to do exactly what they said. She's repeating the answer, so it sounds odd. The whole thing just sounds weird. And nobody said, "Hey, listen, man, you need to dial it down a notch from when they took a break or something," because that's just too much. I mean, her answers sound odd as she's going through that. She still answers all the questions. They're still short, tight, to the point. And I think she's beginning to realize her snarkiness isn't working on this attorney, and that's starting to bug her a little bit. And she's not sure how to go forward since it's not working, so she can guard her ego properly, or the way it should be guarded, so she doesn't end up freaking out and blowing up on her. So that's what I got. Chase, what do you got?
So with this witness prep, Scott, I think the reason that so much coaching is involved in this is because there's one thing they can't tell her. Just tell the truth, which is what a lawyer should be telling their client. Mm-hmm. But let's break this one down in reverse Quentin Tarantino order, which means in regular order. She smiles, corrects the expression to artificial sadness, then looks at the jury to display it to them. Then she looks back at the counsel with a cold, emotionless face. This is in like 2 seconds, this rapid shift of emotion. And right at this moment, Mr. Depp hits you in the face multiple times. This look to the jury here is horrifying to me, personally horrifying, watching it this morning. It was before the sun came up. It was dark in my office. I was a little scared. There's a weird, awkward smile while putting her head down. Then she looks back at the counsel with no emotion, then back to the jury with a sad face. In my opinion, body language and behavior profiling is a lot like meteorology. It's based in science and gives you likelihood, where we deal in terms of likelihood. But this is a rare occasion where I'm going to say there's a 99 and maybe 100% chance of precipitation here, which I mean deception. There's no emotion, no willingness to insert details on top of her answers, which is her baseline. And the jury, I think, are all unconsciously processing this nonverbal behavior. So in reality, there in the courtroom, the jury is processing her behavior through this mammalian part of our brain. We've been communicating nonverbally for a million years. And they see these little rapid shifts in emotion, and it sends a signal which gives us what we call a gut feeling. Since that part of the brain doesn't speak English, we're like, something is off. But it's likely nobody can really put their finger on it because the mammalian part of our brain doesn't really speak English. So when we see something off, we get that gut feeling. So part 2 of histrionic personality disorder, this obviously has nothing to do with this case, and I'm not diagnosing anybody. I'm just randomly inserting this in here. Diagnostic criteria 2 displays rapidly shifting and shallow expressions of emotions. Criteria 2. And that's all I got. Greg, what do you got?
Yes, I'll add on top of your clusters as I go through this, but I got a handful of things to talk about. Number 1, there's that swivel switch. Turns her head or brow rises every time she looks at the jury. If you don't think she's working the jury, then pay attention to the fact she looks at the jury when she's asking a clarifying question. That would not happen if she was not working the jury. Now, is that okay? Yeah, it's okay. And she's probably been prepped by her counsel that she needs to make a contact with that jury. I'll also tell you, I think, Mark, you hit a couple of things dead on right there, where these vocal tics and the lip compression come out around an emotional issue. I think she's containing, and I think what we're seeing here is well prepared to prevent her from doing what she did on the stand in 2016, or on the deposition in 2016, where she was snarky and talking down and aggressive. You don't want that coming out here. So if I'm the person who's prepping her, I'd say that's correct is a fine answer. Don't be snarky. That's correct. That's incorrect. You can see that she has there are a handful of things that we know that we can read. She has contempt, and this is not her usual drawn back left side of her mouth, is full bore contempt when she looks at that attorney. She does a light sway. We're talking about clusters now, so we start to see things. She does a light sway as they're asking her questions about punching. Mark, again, you hit it dead on. She avoided anything about, did he hit you with rings on? Well, he had rings on. Okay. She also used a provocative statement saying there were many or several incidents. And a provocative statement is a way to get your part of the story out by having the person ask you the next question. John Nolan, confidential, he's a master. He was my instructor to teach me all of that. So you look at those pieces, you start to say, okay, we got clusters here now. She's avoiding a question. She says that's correct. We see she's locked down. She does that provocative statement, trying to give you more information, trying to take you off path. She does some discomfort in her movement, meaning it's rigid, it isn't fluid. We associate that with fight or flight. So all that together, now we start to say, can we tell she's lying? No, but we would certainly want to go after her, and this attorney wants to go after her. That's it.
You said he hit you, and he was wearing rings, right, Ms. Heard? So he hit you with rings on every finger?
I don't know if I've ever known Johnny to not wear rings.
Yeah.
Ms. Heard, you testified to an incident in March of 2013 where Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times. Do you recall that?
That's correct.
And you testified, quote, you don't know how many times he hit you in the face.
That's correct.
So Mr. Depp hit you in the face multiple times while he was wearing rings on this occasion, correct?
Which occasion in March are you referencing? You weren't
the testimony that you gave on day 15 of this trial, March of 2013. You weren't specific as to the day.
There were several incidents.
The one where he hit you several times in the face.
There were sorry, just so I understand better, there were several incidents in March. Which one are you asking me about?
The time that he hit you several times in the face wearing rings.
Well, he pretty much
always...
March
of 2013.
Right. What are you asking me? I'm sorry.
He was wearing rings on that occasion?
I pretty much always knew him to wear rings.
Okay, let's please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 170A, which is already in evidence, Your Honor. You testified that this is a picture you took after that incident, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, that was one where he grabbed me.
And hit you in the face so many times that you don't remember. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And there's no injuries to your face in this picture, are there?
Not that this picture shows.
And there's no medical records reflecting that you sought treatment after this alleged incident either.
I did not seek medical treatment at this time.
So there's no medical records reflecting any injuries to your face after he hit you several times.
I did not need to go to the doctor at the time.
Despite hitting you several times that you lost count with rings on his fingers.
That's correct. I did not seek medical attention, other than my therapist.
Ms. Heard, you testified that in January of 2015, there was an incident in Tokyo before Mr. Depp's the film Mordecai's premiere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you told this jury that on this occasion, Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back.
That's correct, in the closet.
And you also told this jury that you wore a backless dress to the Mordecai premiere that very same night.
I did.
And you testified that you were checking for bruises in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were, quote, no visible marks, right?
I was checking on my phone after the event to make sure that you couldn't see anything.
Your testimony was that you were checking in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were no marks on your back.
Perhaps I misspoke or I misunderstood. It was on the way back from it. It was after I was concerned. After, concerned that there would be marks in any photographs since we were being photographed at Johnny's press event.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you in that backless dress, though, did you?
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you at the Mordecai premiere wearing a backless dress, did you?
I haven't had the opportunity to.
Okay.
I assume you have it?
I do. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1256. This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp, or the back of you, at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish this picture.
All right, 1256 in evidence.
This is you in the backless dress at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, right?
That is correct.
You would agree that there are no bruises or visible marks on your back in this picture?
No, not that I could see.
All right, I'll go first on this one. All right, but this is one of the largest micro expressions of anger I've ever seen. And when she says the word after, her entire face shows anger. You can slow it down, take a look at it. It's huge, and you saw it. You may not realize it, but you did see it. And she shows her lower teeth, that chin juts outward, and her brows furrow. Everything, she squints, everything shows anger on that. It's very brief, really, really brief. It's micro expression. And it actually happens twice, right there when she says after, and then right there, right after it. And then on the word concern, we're seeing anger as well. And all the hallmarks of anger in that spot. And I think this is a fantastic study of full facial micro expressions, because these are, every now and then you'll see them, like in the O.J. Simpson case. What's that little fella's name that had the long hair?
Cato.
I can't remember. Yeah, Cato Kalin. We saw him with some anger as well in there a couple of times. I remember, I think it was Ekman that put a couple of things out, or maybe it was Joe Navarro put a couple of things out, pictures where it just captured that anger face. But I remember that like it was yesterday. But that's what this reminds me of, and I'm going to pull those actually and use them for training. They're so good. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so if you think this is a good one, wait till next video. In the next video, there is one of the most profound anger faces I've seen in forever. And it's to your point, Chase, it is rapid. It moves so quickly if you're not paying attention, or if you don't stop the video, you'll miss it. But in this one, here we are with a swivel switch again. Turn her head, brow goes up. Turn her head, brow goes up. She says that's correct and qualifies in the closet. Well, I don't know why in the closet matters, but that's to her baseline, because she gives us more information when something is actually going on. She said, I did, and that's in baseline. She does that kind of scrunched face. That eyelid flutter that starts is recognition that she's about to have to answer a question about wearing a backless dress after she had been beaten up. So I think she knows that, she sees it. And then when she tries to get away from the question, she narrows her eyes and does a feigned misunderstanding so she can say, I don't know what you mean. She purses her lips, makes eye contact with the jury, and then goes back to the attorney with, I've not had the opportunity. And she raises her shoulders in helplessness. That's all congruent messaging. So we think, well, that's at least looks truthful. A lot of this other stuff doesn't. But then we see another uncertainty as her brow knits, and she says, I assume you have the photo. Well, yeah, that's not what you want to see, but of course she does. And then that's it for this one. There's so much going on in this story, but she is working the jury the way she's been told. She's doing correct, I did, very short answers to prevent doing the wrong thing. And Mark, I think this goes back to your cognitive control thing about doodling or doing something else. If you can remember, I always say curl your toes in your shoes, the mere fact that you're remembering what you've been told brings your thinking brain back online and keeps you from switching over into limbic thought. Chase, what do you got?
If these sketches ever appear on eBay, I'm probably going to just splurge and get one. But again, here we're seeing this weird face making for the jury display. And I do think, in my opinion, and this is all my opinion, it's a display. When this picture comes onto the screen of this backless dress, this ability that you're witnessing here is either the only human on earth who can go through several emotions in mere seconds, or the most talented emotional manipulator that you might ever see. That's my opinion. It's jury, sad victim, attorney, cold, calculating. Jury, smile, back to the attorney, cold, just during that one piece. And that's all I'm going to focus on is this rapid shift of emotion. And what we're seeing here is not really testimony. We're seeing a performance that's directed at an audience at very specific times, looking at them, scanning the jury, which you can see in this video. See if you can spot it. There's a moment there where the jury's being scanned during a question to see how they're responding to that question by Ms. Heard. And let me give you a number 3, diagnostic criteria 3 for histrionic personality disorder. This shows self-dramatization theatrically and exaggerated expression of emotion. Number 3, verbatim. Was I the last one?
Nope.
Oh, sorry, Mark, go ahead.
Lovely, thank you. So let me tie a few of those things together, because we've talked a lot about the anger, the contempt, the disgust that we're seeing popping up, but we have to recognize that that's part of her baseline. And one of the first videos we did of Amber Heard, we saw that popping up when she wasn't under stress. And so you might think, well, great, that's probably a good thing for her, that it's part of her baseline and we might be able to discount some of those elements a little bit. Well, unfortunately, probably not, because there's a study out of Switzerland. It's just one study, so you can count it or discount it, but it found a massive correlation between the emotions shown in the face of anger, contempt, and disgust, and something called borderline personality disorder. Now, borderline is different for different people, and so you won't see this in everybody, but in this particular paper, they saw a good correlation. Now, I'm not conflating borderline with histrionic. They're two different things, but you can have both of them at the same time as well. And so all of this is pointing towards potentially quite a difficult person to be around. Not impossible, but difficult to be around. And so I think we should keep that in mind, that there may well be. The thing is with emotions popping up in people's faces, when they pop up now and again, most emotions don't last really much more than, I would say, 10 minutes, because it's quite hard work for the body to deal with. Okay. When they pop up for longer than 10 minutes, we tend to call that a mood. Somebody's got into a bit of a mood. It won't be high intensity, but it lasts a long time. And moods can last for hours or parts of days. But usually when somebody wakes up the next morning, that's why it's sometimes good to sleep on it. When somebody wakes up the next morning, a whole bunch of calcium has moved to another side of a neuron, and things are kind of forgotten about. And you can't kind of be like, well, what was that problem that I had yesterday? You can't quite remember it. Now, if the mood goes on for a long time, days and maybe weeks and even months, we tend to say that that might be an affective disorder, and we'll start to see the same behaviors in people day after day after day. And then we might start to move it towards, well, maybe it's a personality disorder. So I just wanted to bring that up. You will see all of these things in her baseline, but that might point towards an affective disorder or a personality disorder, in my little opinion there.
Where are you, Mark? Where are you?
I am in Banff. I'm in Banff in Canada, in Calgary. If you could see out the windows there, you would see magnificent mountains, snow-capped, with incredible trees. But what you're seeing here is basically any Fairmont hotel that you've ever been in your life. You'll recognize these lamps from any Fairmont that you've ever been in.
Almost home.
Almost
like
home.
my hotel a few weeks ago.
Ms. Heard, you testified that in January of 2015, there was an incident in Tokyo before Mr. Depp's the film Mordecai's premiere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you told this jury that on this occasion, Mr. Depp was kneeling on your back.
That's correct, in the closet.
And you also told this jury that you wore a backless dress to the Mordecai premiere that very same night.
I did.
And you testified that you were checking for bruises in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were, quote, no visible marks, right?
I was checking on my phone after the event to make sure that you couldn't see anything.
Your testimony was that you were checking in the car on the way to the event to make sure that there were no marks on your back.
Perhaps I misspoke or I misunderstood. It was on the way back from it. Was after I was concerned. Concerned that there would be marks in any photographs since we were being photographed at Johnny's press event.
And you didn't show this jury a picture of you in that backless dress, though, did you?
I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
You didn't show this jury a picture of you at the Mordecai premiere wearing a backless dress, did you?
I haven't had the opportunity to.
Okay.
I assume you have it?
I do. Let's please pull up Plaintiff's Exhibit 1256. This is a picture of you and Mr. Depp, or the back of you, at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, correct, Ms. Heard?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I move to admit and publish this picture.
Art 1256 in evidence.
This is you in the backless dress at the Mordecai premiere in Tokyo, right?
That is correct.
You would agree that there are no bruises or visible marks on your back in this picture?
No, not that I could see.
You testify that after this alleged incident, you had cuts on your forearms, right?
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had cuts on the bottoms of your feet as well.
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had a bruise across your jaw from when Mr. Depp, quote, clocked you in the face, end quote.
That's true.
You didn't take any pictures of these injuries while you were in Australia, did you?
I don't think I took any pictures.
You just took 2 pictures of Mr. Depp's writing on a mirror. Isn't that right?
I believe so, yes.
So you had your phone on you, right?
At some point I did have my phone.
And your iPad?
I had my iPad, I believe.
And you testified that you were also in Australia, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
You testified you bled from your...
Yes.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Not for...
No, I did not want to tell anyone.
Not for the cuts?
No.
Not for the injuries to your face?
I didn't need to.
Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, we see this thing happening with the liquor bottle there right at the beginning. There's emotional accessing and there's hesitancy there, which is a little unusual. Not a giant mountain of behavioral clusters. And then there's this discussion of bleeding. And this is a different yes than any of the others. It's shortened with some more emotional accessing there. And the cross is talking about medical treatment, the attorney, and Heard scans and calculates the emotional reactions of the jury to the information that's presenting itself during this question about medical treatment, which I find very, very strange behavior. So the third mention of this R word thing, there's a backwards head retreat. And I think the questions could have been a little bit better here. Something like, can you explain why you didn't need any medical attention? So more open-ended we're helping the jury to see the personality of the person that we're talking to. I'm going to leave some of the other nonverbals alone here. I'll give you a histrionic personality disorder, point number 4 here, completely randomly. Uncomfortable in situations where he or she is not the center of attention, may do something very dramatic, such as make up stories or create a scene where they aren't the center of people's focus. And that's all I got. Scott, what do you think?
I think I almost spilt this water. Okay, each time she says that's true, we see contempt. And there's a little muscle right here called the buccinator muscle, and that's what pulls that part of her mouth back. And on the third time when she says that's true, both sides are pulled back. Now, some people are going to think they're seeing Duper's Delight. It looks a little bit like it, but it's not. But if you're slowing it down and going frame by frame and all that, you'll see what looks like that. It's not. I promise you it's not what it is. Because what's happening is when we see her emotions, they're flipping from one to the other like a card. Bang, 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 just pull them out really quickly. We're not seeing that morphing from one to the other. Usually when you go, or not usually, every time you see a true emotion, you'll see the emotion, you'll see it blend with the next emotion as it changes into that emotion. We saw this on the last, in part 3, where it was just boom, boom, boom. She was just clicking through these emotions like flipping through cards, and they would just change automatically. And she's changing them. She has a face she's showing the attorney, and she has a face she's showing the jury. And you can watch that thing change when she's looking that way. Bang, it changes as she gets where Greg's talking about halfway through. Those eyebrows go up and she looks over that way. It's fascinating how she's trying to pull that off, but she doesn't know not to. If she watches this, she will. But so when the attorney says, you didn't take any pictures of those injuries when you were in Australia, did you? Again, we see micro expressions of anger, 2 of them. And at the same time, with her mouth open really, really wide as she breathes out, or she breathes in at that point, and that chin comes down, and we see some teeth there. It happens really, really fast, but you'll see it if you pay attention. And I'm going to say what I think her brain is doing is reacting the way it normally would when she's being attacked by somebody verbally, be it a boyfriend, be it a husband, be it a friend, whatever. When somebody attacks her, she automatically just snaps into that reply of an attack. And I think that's just like a flinch for her at this point. We'll see that in this volatile type of personality, but she's controlling it. But that's what when you see her mouth wide open like that, and those teeth come out and that chin come forward, that's what we're taking a look at, or that's what we're seeing at that point. I'll stop there. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so one of the best anger micro expressions, full-blown expressions I've seen in a long time is at 25 seconds. When she says, I don't think, there's real anger there. Let's talk about what anger looks like. Her brows are drawn together and down, her lower teeth are exposed, and her eyes are narrow. So she's focusing on you. There's anger there when she's responding to that question. Then she does something really interesting. Chase, to your point about all this emotional change, she does confusion in the brow, then back to anger, and then back to confusion. There's 3 times like that. It's rapid. And I say all that movement in her face I think is real based on what she's feeling. Scott, I think you're dead on. She would usually be very aggressive, I think, and she's been coached to contain all that. And when all that happens, it's got to go somewhere. Well, hopefully you do it in your hands or your feet or somewhere else. But in her case, I don't think this will piss her off, I'm sure. I don't think she's sophisticated enough for that. I think that emotion is coming to the surface and it's going where it goes. When she answers, when she starts off by saying, yes, that's true, to the question you testified that, she does a vocal tick or vocal click, to your point, Mark, in this one, which is an odd place, the only one. And then after she answers the question, she does smug face, that little thing where she is looking down her nose at the woman. Then she goes back to contempt. Well, after the confusion and the brow change, she does the head wobble. That's not a yes and not a no. That's a head wobble. She doesn't know how to respond, and she's moving her head around. That means something in some cultures, but it doesn't in ours, so it has no assigned meaning. It's her confusion. Then she directs contempt, again, at that questioner, and some anger as her chin's up. That chin's up, you pointed out, Scott, and the narrow mouth. You can't miss that. And she finally answers after saying, yes, that's true. She went from yes, that's true in the last yes to just yes. So something is going on. Do I know that she's telling the truth or lying? No, but what I do see is a pattern. There's a vocal tick, there's anger, there's telegraphing of her emotions, stuff travels through her face rapidly, and then she shows anger, and she closes it out with a shorter answer. All those are indicators. What do they mean? Not sure. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, we'll see that head wobble, the yes and the no together in a video coming up at another important point, I think, Greg. We get that vocal click. Yes, that's true. Yes, that's true on the second one. Now, no vocal click before that's true, but a big chin raise there. So with everything that everybody else has put into that, I'm really not sure that anything there is particularly true. Now, when we get on to, did you seek medical attention? And we all understand that there are all kinds of reasons why somebody who may have been through a real trauma will not seek medical attention, okay? We get that completely. She says, and it's very rational for this situation, I didn't want to tell anyone. Okay, I think that's a very fair thing to say. But she says later on, I didn't need to. So I didn't want to tell anyone. That's why I don't seek medical attention. And then later on, I didn't need to. Well, this seems a deviation from the first story. And I'm not saying you can't have both at the same time, but I'm saying it's a little bit overly complex. And we know these situations can be complex. But personally, I want to go, well, which one? Which of the ones was it? Was it I didn't want to tell anyone, or I didn't need to? Because both of them at the same time feels a little overly complex to me. Now, I know you'll be able to think of all kinds of reasons why that complexity could happen, but it's fitting into a pattern for me of complexity where it doesn't really need to be. And so I worry that if there's complexity where it doesn't need to be in other places, that here's a place where complexity doesn't need to be as well. And here might be a place where there's deceit or a story or it's not quite accurate. So looks not good to me. I don't quite buy it. That's what I've got on that one.
Well, we're going into this next one really quick, and people can take just a second while we're doing this to hit that subscribe button. What do you guys think of this one video, 1 to 100? What do you think the likelihood of deception is? Just this one clip that we just looked at.
Yeah, put it in the notes. Yeah, you're talking. Yeah,
I'm talking to you guys.
Oh, us.
I'm about an 88. I think 88. I'm going with 88.
Yeah, I don't know. On a 1 to 100, two-thirds of the way there. There's just so much shit in her face normally that some of this is part of her baseline. All that negativity in her face, to Mark's point, makes it difficult to say when she's doing contempt for her. And I think it's normal for a person to have contempt for the attorney who's questioning them. I just don't think she's sophisticated enough to block it and to hide it. So I would go 2/3 of the way there. I wouldn't go as high as 88, in my opinion.
I'm going to go, but that's a tough one, man. I think I'm going to go a little high, man. I think I'm going to go, I'm 75%. I think she's, too much going on there. And I agree with you, Greg. She's getting ready. She wants to attack so bad she can't hardly stand it, and that's driving her nuts, man. But I'm going to go with 75.
Okay, so I'm going to hedge down from 75, somewhere in between Greg and Scott there, just because I can probably fit in there. There's nowhere left for me now. Here's what I think. I'm not going to say deceit, but there's a struggle going on. It feels too much of a struggle going on. And that's what I don't like. Do I know it's deceit? Do I think there's a struggle?
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, struggle.
And that struggle could be her overriding her desire to say,
I think
start
so,
doing
yeah.
that. Yeah, like we saw in the other. So this is where body language alone is so paralyzed compared to controlling the conversation, asking the next question, using an elicitation technique or interrogation ploy to psychologically prod them. We have no control over that part. So, I think it's a good question, Chase.
Yeah, what'd you say, Chase? What was your percentage?
I just wanted to know what y'all thought.
Hell no, we're going to put it in.
I think it's a good thing to put in,
Yeah, what was your percentage, Chase? What was it?
88.
Okay. Well, I'm up there close to you. You're a little bit higher than me.
Well, I like you more than everybody else now, automatically.
Jesus.
We'll leave that in too.
You're the last you ever see of me.
You testify that after this alleged incident, you had cuts on your forearms, right?
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had cuts on the bottoms of your feet as well.
Yes, that's true.
And you testified that you had a bruise across your jaw from when Mr. Depp, quote, clocked you in the face, end quote.
That's true.
You didn't take any pictures of these injuries while you were in Australia, did you?
I don't think I took any pictures.
You just took 2 pictures of Mr. Depp's writing on a mirror. Isn't that right?
I believe so, yes.
So you had your phone on you, right?
At some point I did have my phone.
And your iPad?
I had my iPad, I believe.
You testified that you were also with a liquor bottle in Australia, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes.
You testified you bled from your as a result of that.
Yes.
There aren't any medical records reflecting that you sought medical treatment for any of these injuries, are there?
I did not seek medical treatment after Australia, no.
Not for,
No, I did not want to tell anyone.
not for the cuts?
No.
Not for the injuries to your face?
I didn't need to.
This is your medical record for December 17th, 2015, isn't it, Ms. Heard?
That's correct.
And this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I don't think so, no. I don't think I spoke to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day. And
But you
I
went
didn't
to Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right, okay. And this medical record is from that visit, correct?
Partially, yes.
Scroll down, please, if we could. The signature, Kipper, down below. This is the entirety of the medical record, right, Ms. Heard?
Yes, what I meant by partial is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't get into what happened or ask for anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, look, what comes up for me is Greg in my head on this one. When I've heard you in various interviews with subjects and interrogations going, here we go, negotiating, and this is what's happening here for me is there's negotiation of the parameters, okay? I don't think so, no. I don't think I spoke to Dr. Kipper. I didn't speak to Dr. Kipper, the idea of partially in there. I mean, there's lots more in there. It's just full of negotiation. Now, does this mean deceit? I think in some cases it does. Certainly there's a struggle going on, but maybe in a court, we should expect some of this negotiation and semantic, well, we get a lot of semantic negotiation come on later on. We should expect some of this negotiation. However, I want you to look over the whole of these videos and think, does she negotiate some of the parameters when she doesn't really need to? I think in some of these cases she does, and in some she doesn't. I think I've got a case further on where I think it's very fair that she negotiates the parameter. By the way, and I just want to call out, I'm sure as we all do, I think it's Camila Valquez who's the questioner, who's the examiner.
Oh man,
here.
she's awesome.
I mean, if anybody comes out of this never a star and never wanting for it. Like that's a lawyer who will always be on demand. Yeah, I think always going to be on demand. What an incredible lawyer. What a brilliant example of calm, assertive, a little bit snarky when she needs to, just to kind of twist the screwdriver a little bit, but just incredible. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, I agree with you. She's negotiating a question at every turn. She does a single shoulder, and I'm going to hit just very few. If you're always going to say that is correct, that is incorrect, that is true, that is not true, you suddenly don't start stammering around things where you need to negotiate. That tells me what's going on inside your little head. And that's why source leads, when you're talking to a person in the interrogation room, and they always give me short one-word answers, and they suddenly give me a long answer, guess what? There's the bear trap. And that's what she steps into here. And she thinks that she's going to dance around it a little bit. And this attorney does a great job of locking her down. So she starts with, that's correct. She does a single shoulder rise at one time out of baseline when she says, I didn't talk about my injuries. Well, why would be my question. Why? And she gives just rambling information to try to cover that why so that she doesn't have to answer anything. A little bit of chaff there, a little bit of spitting out information so that you'll let her move on. She edits as she speaks when she says, I don't think, I didn't. I'd stop right there and say, which is it? You don't think or you didn't? Which is it? Which is it? Which is it? And you lock her down. Of course, she's got an attorney who will stop that from happening. One other thing, if you're her and you're drinking a glass of water, this is free advice to you. If you're on the stand and you're drinking water and somebody asks you a hard question, Don't gargle the water and damn near choke to try to help them out by answering their question. Take your time, finish your water, set your bottle down, and answer the question. Give yourself time to think. Interesting, she didn't do that. She tries to avoid the question by saying, I would need to read in full. She does kind of what I would call a prim face, like a little schoolmarm face. And she goes, well, okay, then. And you see the uh-oh occur in Amber's face. It's a beautiful moment. Scott, what do you got?
Right. I think we're seeing all the cues of someone thinking while they're trying to appear at ease. And I think it's because she's in cognitive overload. She realizes when the attorney brings up this, the health document, there's going to be trouble there. It's going to be against her. So what she's doing, she's trying to think and run these scenarios of what she's going to answer by what she thinks the question is going to be. Mark's Hotel room, may I help you?
Room service.
So she's running these scenarios of how the answer might end up and what her answers are going to be before it even finishes. That's what's putting her in cognitive overload. That's why she starts stuttering. And when she says she went to the doctor for a concussion check, she shows a stress mouth or disappearing lips or lip compressions. Some people call it. I call it stress mouth because that's what you see, for example, in congressional hearings when someone, especially when their integrity is questioned, you'll see those lips disappear. They'll compress them and they'll completely disappear. And that's what we're seeing in this case. I call it stress mouth because they're under a lot of stress at this point. Also, her eyes are wider than they've been up to this point in this series of videos we've been watching. And that's because she's keeping her eye on the attacker. Also, watch how many times she doesn't look at the jury during this. Check that out. And that gets worse as we go along when she nails her with something. But I think she when she goes to the doctor and she's supposed to have been being beaten, she doesn't show me the injuries. I understand that, like Mark was saying earlier, about not talking about that. That makes sense. Some people don't want to talk about that. But I think we're seeing her in panic mode, and she's trying not to derail herself as she gives these answers and try not to give anything away. But I think she's in cognitive overload, and it's just like I get when I get on here and I get talking too fast and words start running into each other. That's what's happened to her. She's trying to think about what she's going to say next. Chase, what do you got?
I agree with the guys. I've been crossing stuff off of my list here nonstop. And that's one of the things, like, if you don't know this, we don't review this before together. We don't compare notes. We don't do any of that stuff. So when you see a lot of us kind of looking down and doing that kind of stuff, we're crossing off what somebody else is covering. But right at this moment where there's the words concussion check, right at that moment, the lips tighten around the teeth. They start stiffening while still leaving the lips parted. And I was struggling with this morning, going through these videos, and I had to call in the big guns. So I spent 20 minutes on the phone with Joe Navarro this morning, sent him this clip, had him analyze it, go to this exact thing, because I needed some feedback from the Godfather here. So this is from Joe Navarro here. Communicating severity is what this means. It's hard to fake. And it typically indicates negative emotions, that a person is going through or thinking about negative emotions. And I told Joe I would say this just to basically brag that I had his number. Joe's response was, the biggest brag you can do on YouTube is that I picked up the phone. But that's from Joe, not from me. But let's quickly talk about what I mean with this small movement of the muscles on the face. When somebody wants to fake something, it's going to be big. It's not often going to be small because they want it to be seen by other people, especially if the jury's 30 feet away. And right at this moment when we're hearing, I didn't talk about what happened, she literally told the doctor that she bumped her head while standing up. You know how I know that? Because it's written on the medical paper right there on the screen. Very strange behavior here. So let's move into histrionic personality segment number 5, or quality number 5. Considers relationships to be more intimate than they actually are. Direct quote from the DSM: will refer to physicians early on in care by their first names. Interesting that we saw that here, and it's literally written inside the DSM. So that's all I got.
This is your medical record for December 17th, 2015, isn't it, Ms. Hurd?
That's correct.
And this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I don't think so, no. I don't think I spoke to Kipper. I didn't speak to Kipper that day. And
But you
I
went to Dr. Kipper's office and were seen, correct?
I went to Dr. Kipper's office for a concussion check.
Right, okay. And this medical record is from that visit, correct?
Partially, yes.
Scroll down, please, if we could. The signature, Kipper, down below. This is the entirety of the medical record. Right, Ms. Hurd?
Yes, what I meant by partial is I didn't talk about what happened to me. I didn't get into my injuries. I didn't get into what happened or ask for anything other than should I get some sort of scan done.
But this record doesn't document any physical injuries on you, does it?
I'd have to read it in full, but I don't know.
Well, let's do that. Directing your attention, Ms. Hurd, to the photograph. This is a photograph you took in March of 2013, right?
That is correct.
And this was taken at your apartment in Orange?
Yes.
And this is your breakfast table?
That is correct.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp left this breakfast table just the way you took it?
That is correct.
So this is what the table looked like after Mr. Depp had been doing cocaine?
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
There are 4 lines of cocaine on this table, right, Ms. Hurd?
In this picture, I see 4 lines.
There isn't any cocaine residue around those lines, right?
Not that I can tell, no.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
I'm asking if you do. You've testified you've done cocaine.
I have.
Doesn't really look like Mr. Depp or anyone was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
I beg to differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes into your nose.
And there's
doesn't stay
residue.
on the table.
There's residue from that cocaine when your lips and nose touch the table, right?
Well, the tampon applicator next to the driver's license that you see is a device that I believe my sister had taught him to use in order to put the cocaine in your nose.
Mr. Depp is a pretty heavy smoker, right?
He is.
And that's a cigarette in the ashtray in the back there? Back right?
Yes, it looks like one of his hand rolls.
There's no other cigarettes in that ashtray, are there?
I see one cigarette.
The one that's not smoked?
That's correct.
There's no ash in that ashtray either, is there?
Not that I can tell in this picture.
It's pretty clean.
In this picture, it looks like it, yes.
It's a pretty neat table. Wouldn't you agree?
Depends on what you would call neat, I suppose.
And you sent this picture to your friend, Rocky Pennington, as well, didn't you?
I sure did.
And when you sent it, you said, quote, "Look at my morning," or something like that. Is that right?
Yay for mornings.
So you have a habit of sending staged photographs to your friend Rocky, don't you?
I had a habit of communicating with my best friend about what was going on in my life.
You don't have any pictures of Mr. Depp actually consuming cocaine, do you?
I don't think I have a picture of him mid-snort. No.
You don't even have any pictures of Mr. Depp with cocaine.
What do you mean by that?
Holding cocaine, standing next to cocaine? Sitting next to cocaine?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you haven't shown any of those pictures like that to the jury, have you?
I don't know. No, I haven't.
And you were never able to catch Mr. Depp with cocaine on film either, were you?
I never tried.
But you were able to catch him sleeping, right?
I have seen him pass out in all sorts of places, yes.
Chase, what do you got?
These are some rapid and quick answers.
And then we're seeing after these in the beginning here, we see some backpedaling, some not answering questions at all. So one thing I will continuously tell, since you're subscribing as we speak, you're going to hear this quite often. What's being concealed in the story? Is there emotion? Is there detail? Is there sensory detail? What's being concealed or removed from a person's story? So instead of just looking at the verbal stuff, the nonverbal stuff, what's being hidden in the story? Right when she says, not that I can tell, no, this is the most strongest indicator of anger that's not the anger facial expression that I could possibly see. And this is a dominant shoulder retreat. The dominant shoulder starts moving away from the person that's asking questions. Because I think as this next question is loading, she knows where it's going. And there's a lot of lower teeth exposure here. And right when she's saying, I have a habit of communicating to my best friend, there's some closed eye talking going on there, which typically indicates in some people pretentious feelings of or self-pride. And you haven't shown any pictures to that jury. We hear that elicitation statement in there again, John Nolan. This is another bizarre expression. Kind of flash to the jury. You can watch it right on her face. You can see it. The video is going to come up as soon as we're done. It flashes to the jury. And I want to talk really quickly about true and false facial expressions. True facial expressions will fade off of the screen or fade off of a person's face over time. A false facial expression is more likely to drop or fall off the face quickly. But throughout this whole thing, she's failing to answer questions. A lot of these questions are kind of like designed to sound snarky on purpose. I'm not sure. I think they could have been worded a little bit better, but I think she's doing a great job either way. Staging photos question is like, I think a way it could have been asked is like, is your testimony here today that you didn't adjust a single aspect or detail of a single object on this table before taking this photograph? And that might elicit a different response. So let's get to histrionic behavior profile indicator or diagnostic criteria. Number 6, this person is suggestible, easily influenced by other people or circumstances. And keep in mind, there's 8 of these. You only need to have 5 to have a diagnosis by a licensed psychologist, which is not me. Mark, what do you think?
Yeah, I think there's some great examples of elicitation here, and I think the examiner here is doing a tremendous job of playing Heard here. Heard comes in with a bit of a snarky comment, which is basically around, you wouldn't know how to snort coke at all. You're so prim and proper. You know, you lawyers don't do any of that stuff. And so what happens is the lawyer plays into that. And so I think the lawyer well knows the residue that's being talked about here, which is the residue that happens once the line is gone. There will be something left there. But she plays into the idea of she doesn't know what's going on here and goes, no, it's like because your nose gets really close, which then that innocence, that naivety, which is a great elicitation technique, then elicits from Heard a whole diatribe about, no, my sister came round and, facilitated Johnny enabled him taking drugs. Like the whole family are involved in Johnny taking drugs. And you notice that this may sound like she's going off on a tangent, but the examiner is letting her run with this. The examiner has got exactly what the examiner wanted from her by playing the innocent here. I think that's really quite interesting. I saw that eye block of superiority there, Chase, and thought of you. I think it's a great example. Here's what I'm most interested on this. No pictures of Johnny with cocaine, but pictures of Johnny passed out, or as he calls it, napping. Now, we've already heard from Amber this idea of taking cocaine is pretty cool, because she sends pictures to her friend going, yay, it's the morning. This is me on my morning. Okay, this is a cool morning to be had. But she doesn't take pictures of Johnny doing cool stuff like that. She takes pictures of Johnny passed out or asleep, I believe, because that's embarrassing and not cool. When you get to a certain age and you can't handle your drugs like you used to be able to do as a young rock and roller, it gets a bit embarrassing. And so these are, I think, opportunities for Amber to get evidence of the old man, of the disheveled, past it rock and roller, which will obviously raise her status as his goes down. And think about a personality that might like to raise their own status. And if they can't have their status high, well, they just need to lower other people's and have evidence of that to bring theirs up. Interesting stuff. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, one thing that you'll notice in this case that is missing, she has been very engaging with the jury up to now. And you'll notice she starts off engaging the jury with that switch. She looks over, her brow rises again. And then she forgets that as she starts to get in a bind. She shows some absolute contempt and some disgust as she engages the attorney after she first looks over to these guys and goes, well, clearly you don't understand, or whatever her words were there. And she's trying to bring the jury along with her, but suddenly she steps into that trap. And I think, Mark, you're dead on. The attorney uses naivete, which means I'm feigning not to understand a complex thing, so you explain it to me. It preys on our natural instinct to teach. So what you're doing is that she then starts to spill information, and she has a rational response for why there is no residue left and that kind of thing. And then as she's moving through that, you can't miss that she forgets to engage the jury for a long period of time in there. That means she's fallen into this and her brain is working on whatever the problem is. And I think she starts to realize then that she's fallen into this. You watch her stretch her neck in some awkward kind of craned around, let me see, as she's trying to answer, that's correct. She moves her neck around to say, let me see, and her whole body moves in an awkward fashion and she's stiff. It means her brain is starting to register there's a threat. You see her shrink. She does a shrinking target, what you guys have always called turtling, I just call shrinking target. And she actually asks a question that I think she's asking for real clarification when she says, what do you mean by that? Because I think she's doing a little bit of squirrel in the road. I think her brain is going, what do I do now? When she's asked, do you have pictures of Johnny? She does. It looks like she's looking at the jury, but she isn't. What she does is she first goes to her visual accessing side and starts looking for, hey, do I remember pictures? Are there possibly pictures? And you can see that's when she's scrambling in the road, and then she purses her lips in disapproval. This is a place where it looks like to me she's fallen into it, and she's kind of in a bind, and it's maybe the first place we're seeing her actually starting to come to realize that this woman is actually a threat. The rest of it, I think she's been pretty prim, pretty direct with her, and kind of short and snarky. And I think here she fell for something she shouldn't have. I agree with you, Mark. Scott, what do you got?
You guys got almost everything, so it's about to be fairly quick. So we're seeing, I'll just say we're seeing all the classics of facial expressions here, everything from happiness, sadness, fear, worry, anger, contempt, disgust. We've seen the chin juts and plenty of micro expressions. And I think she's so focused on the attacker at this point, which I think she's seen the attorney as. She at this point, she's not even, after that first section, she doesn't even look at the jury. She's just answering right to the attorney. So she's seeing her as the attacker. So that's at that point, I think that's what we're seeing there. Now, I think what's happened is this is almost turned into a ping pong game. I was trying to see who's the most snarky and smartest as they go through this. So I think Amber's in the corner and she's got her head down. She's swinging as hard as she can, and it's not helping her at all. And she's still trying to control that anger. Since we're talking about micro expressions, there's this a woman named Melinda Ozell, and I found her on LinkedIn. She does these great, and I know we're all friends with her, I think, on LinkedIn, has these wonderful little videos, short videos that tells you exactly what these little muscles are around your face, the orbicularis oculi. She goes through everything, really short. Some of them are under a minute, and explains what all these little micro expressions are. That's her specialty. So if you get a chance, check her out. Melinda Ozell. As a Googler, you'll see what I'm talking about. All right, we good?
Yeah.
All right.
Directing your attention, Ms. Heard, to the photograph. This is a photograph you took in March of 2013, right?
That is correct.
And this was taken at your apartment in Orange?
Yes.
And this is your breakfast table?
That is correct.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp left this breakfast table just the way you took it.
That is correct.
So this is what the table looked like after Mr. Depp had been doing cocaine?
Well, clearly he has yet to snort these lines.
There are 4 lines of cocaine on this table, right, Ms. Heard?
In this picture, I see 4 lines.
There isn't any cocaine residue around those lines, right?
Not that I can tell, no.
Doesn't really look like anyone's been doing cocaine off that table, does it?
With all due respect, I'm not sure you know how that works.
I'm asking if you do. You've testified you've done cocaine.
I have.
Doesn't really look like Mr. Depp or anyone was doing cocaine off that table, does it?
I beg to differ with you on that. When you snort cocaine, typically it goes into your nose.
And there's
doesn't stay
residue.
on the table.
There's residue from that cocaine when your lips and nose touch the table, right?
Well, the tampon applicator next to the driver's license that you see is a device that I believe my sister had taught him to use in order to put the cocaine in your nose.
Mr. Depp is a pretty heavy smoker, right?
He is.
And that's a cigarette in the ashtray in the back there? Back right?
Yes, it looks like one of his hand rolls.
There's no other cigarettes in that ashtray, are there?
I see 1 cigarette.
The one that's not smoked?
That's correct.
There's no ash in that ashtray either, is there?
Not that I can tell in this picture.
It's pretty clean.
In this picture, it looks like it, yes.
It's a pretty neat table. Wouldn't you agree?
Depends on what you would call neat, I suppose.
And you sent this picture to your friend, Rocky Pennington, as well, didn't you?
I sure did.
And when you sent it, you said, quote, "Look at my morning," or something like that. Is that right?
Yay for mornings.
So you have a habit of sending staged photographs to your friend Rocky, don't you?
I had a habit of communicating with my best friend about what was going on in my life.
You don't have any pictures of Mr. Depp actually consuming cocaine, do you?
I don't think I have a picture of him mid-snort. No.
You don't even have any pictures of Mr. Depp with cocaine.
What do you mean by that?
Holding cocaine, standing next to cocaine. Sitting next to cocaine.
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, you haven't shown any of those pictures like that to the jury, have you?
I don't know. No, I haven't.
And you were never able to catch Mr. Depp with cocaine on film either, were you?
I never tried.
But you were able to catch him sleeping, right?
I have seen him pass out in all sorts of places, yes.
You testified under oath that, quote, "the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity," end quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
No. Ms. Heard, my questions. Your counsel will have time to redirect you after. You testified under oath, quote, "the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity," end quote.
That is correct. I pledged the entirety.
I'm going to move to strike everything after yes.
All right.
There's nothing to strike here.
No. Ms. Hurt, this is really inappropriate.
I'll sustain the objection and we'll just move forward.
Thank you.
Let's move forward. Next question.
Under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Ms. Heard?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry.
You testified under oath, quote, "the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity," end quote. That statement wasn't true.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
The statement...
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay for the entire house at one time. You pay it over time.
Ms. Heard.
All right, next question, please.
Thank you. That statement isn't true today, as you sit here today, is it?
It is true. I pledged the entirety.
But you didn't donate it.
Unfortunately,
You didn't donate. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able to to fulfill those.
So that's a no, right, Ms. Heard?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued.
You had all of the $7 million for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities you pledged it to. Is that correct, Ms.
I
Heard?
disagree with your characterization of that.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
I'll try to keep this one as tight as I can. She starts off with a real hard contempt face looking at the attorney. She conditions the question. Here we go again. Instead of saying she donated, she said, I pledged. Then she goes to eye blocking. The attorney puts her on notice and starts to illustrate and tell her exactly what to do. And then one of my favorite parts of anything we've seen is she gets to this emotional head tilt where her eyes are down to the right. Lips are drawn and her eyes are narrow. That's pre-conflict body language all day. If you can't recognize that, you're probably going to get in an argument with someone today. Then she conditions the question again with I pledged. Then she goes to hard eye contact with low blink rate because she realizes this is a threat. And then this is her saying what she thinks she's going to be able to get away with, and she doesn't. She goes to full-on rejection. Desmond Morris tongue jut for rejection, her chin out in defiance. She changes her cadence, and then she's full of contempt and sarcasm as she's working her way through. Her blink rate increases, and then the final blow is she conditions the question, softens the question, and distances the question with, I disagree with your characterization of that. Now, what's happening here is all that stuff that these attorneys have caused her to put in place to cover up 2016 Amber has slipped. And we're starting to see 2016 Amber slide out of here. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, one thing you'll notice is she's using the same tactics around avoiding truth around donation as she is around all the instances of violence. And right when the judge says, let's move forward, right here, I want you to watch this. I think Heard thinks that her games are working and wrongly assumes that the sustained objection means that her attorney won. I do think that that's exactly what we're seeing. She sits upright. There's condescension on the face. The chin goes up. This is a challenge behavior. She's showing genuine joy in the game that's going on right now with this word salad testimony. And we can upgrade this maybe to Mark's favorite word. It might be a word, lasagna. But under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Miss Heard? So we hear that from the opposing counsel. And I want you to watch the eye flutter. This is strange because it really stands out here. And this helps her to delay the process and continue the game of deception that I believe she is genuinely enjoying, in my opinion. And when she says, I disagree with your characterization of that, there's a dismissive head tilt. She feels, I think, entitled and almost proud to have learned these new methods of linguistic manipulation. And those words are from her attorneys. I would bet on it, at least $4. On a side note, this stone cold attorney sitting next to Depp is finally showing some emotion. This is the first time we're seeing him do anything. I think the entire courtroom is in disbelief right here at how someone could weave such a deep-rooted web so openly and blatantly. And it might help us to ask ourselves the question, what kind of person would be comfortable doing all of this? So finally, histrionic number 7 or 8 here. Personality disorder indicator, uncomfortable in situations where she is not, or he, the center of attention, does things dramatic like creating stories or a scene to make themselves more of people's focus. And one more is using themselves or their body to gain attention from other people. Scott, what do you got?
All right. I think she knows she's busted. And that's when her nose goes up and that chin goes out and she looks down her nose at the attorney. And almost every blink, like you were talking about, Chase, every blink is a double blink. It's really, really odd. It's really, really odd because she does the eyelash flutter, the eye blink flutter and all that earlier on. But this time, every one of them is a double. So I think that's something to point out there. That just lets us know her stress is just jacked really hard. And at the same time, when she looks back and forth from the jury, we see that head, when she turns, her head does a thing where it goes back and forth like this. and there's this little wavering thing back and forth. I think that's an adapter. Any repetitive behavior, we see that as an adapter, a way to get rid of that built up stress or tension. And she's really tense and really stressed right here, and I think that's what's happening. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, so negotiating the criteria here, it's argumentative and it is semantic. It's a semantic word, lasagna, I think there. But I actually think that's what she's doing has some reasonable nature to it at a semantic level. And she is accurate that in large gift giving, you don't give it all at once. Just in the same way, however, that Anna Sorokin was accurate when she said rich people borrow money. That's true as well, okay? But really what's happening here is the trying to get out of that timeline of you didn't give all the money immediately. Well, I pledged it, yeah, but you didn't give it. So there's a semantic argument going on here. Johnny Depp's kind of sidekick there, who's an interesting little character, doesn't seem to do very much apart from this moment where he suddenly realizes he has a piece of information about the timeline and he's just desperate to give it. And so when he gives it across and he hears the questioner, the examiner, read out what he's put forward, he's there nodding his head. And when it doesn't beat her, because she is going to argue this one to the very, very last, because that's the kind of person she is. And it's to her benefit to keep on arguing this one. When it doesn't go his way, he simply can't believe it. He's in shock with the rest of the court. Like, I can't believe this is going on. But I think there is something quite reasonable in some ways about what's going on here in a court. But you wouldn't want this kind of arguing day to day outside of a court, because that could get really taxing on a day-to-day basis. And it may be that this particular personality might do this kind of argument on a daily basis, which could be quite taxing. Yeah, that's all I got on this one.
All right.
You testified under oath that, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote, didn't you?
That's correct. I pledged the entirety.
No. Ms. Heard, my questions. Your counsel will have time to redirect you after. You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of your divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote.
That is correct. I pledged the entirety.
I'm going to move to strike everything after yes.
All right.
There's nothing to strike here.
No. Ms. Hurt, this is really inappropriate.
I'll sustain the objection and we'll just move forward.
Thank you.
Let's move forward. Next question.
Under oath, that statement wasn't true, was it, Ms. Hurd?
I'm sorry, I don't follow your question. Sorry.
You testified under oath, quote, the entirety of my divorce settlement was donated to charity, end quote. That statement wasn't true.
It is true. I pledged the entirety to charity.
The statement...
When you say you buy a house, you don't pay for the entire house at one time. You pay it over time.
Ms. Hurd.
All right, next question, please.
Thank you. That statement isn't true today, as you sit here today, is it?
It is true. I pledged the entirety.
But you didn't donate it.
Unfortunately...
You didn't donate it. It's a yes or no.
I haven't been able to to fulfill those obligations.
So that's a no, right, Ms. Hurd?
I made the pledge. I want to be very clear. I pledged the entirety. I haven't been able to fulfill those pledges because I've been sued.
You had all of the $7 million for 13 months before Mr. Depp sued you, and you chose not to pay it to the charities you pledged it to. Is that correct, Ms.
I
Hurd?
disagree with your characterization of that.
All right, let's give a quick little wrap up and throw around the room, and we'll wrap up what we think is going on here and our thoughts on it. Mark, you want to go first?
Yeah, I would just say this. There is huge struggles going on for Amber Heard during this storytelling. I'm not going to talk about it in terms of what's the truth and what's deceit. I mean, personally, I think it probably moves towards deception quite a lot of the time. But I can say for sure there's a struggle going on when really there shouldn't be a struggle going on. If it were a true story, should be super easy to get across, even if there's stress and pressure and angst and all kinds of horrors that have really happened. It still should have a certain ease to it that it doesn't have. Chase.
I think most of what we're seeing here is just like that game called Two Truths and a Lie. I think there's a lot of weaving going on here. And I think there's a truth and lies that are mixed together in a way that every lie has three pieces of evidence that kind of almost sort of support it a little bit, maybe. And that's what we're seeing. There's a lot of stuff going on that's truthful, and there's a lot of lies underneath. Greg?
Yeah, we'll never know exactly what happened. We know there's some kind of chaos going on in this relationship. The mere fact they were married for like 13 months or something, this thing was a mess. We don't know whether he hit her or she hit him. All we can do is tell you that that's not her job. Her job is to convince the jury. And if she's believable, likable, looks innocent, and delivers the right details to win over the jury, she'll win $100 million because she countersued him for 50, I think is what they said. At the end of the day, we'll not know any of that. What we'll do is tell you that we see discomfort, that she came in there very prepared to cover up something that would make the jury not like her, and we see some of that slipping. My grandma taught me when I was a kid that poor ain't trash and cash can't fix it. I'll leave it at that. Scott, what do you got?
All right. Yeah, I agree with all you guys. It sounds good. And I think to me, what we're seeing is a great example of someone who is went into something thinking everything they said would be taken for a fact, and it just isn't. And she's fighting for her life in here, fighting for $100 million or $50 million, whatever it is. So I think that's what we're seeing. She's backed in the corner. She's coming out swinging, all at the same time trying to show that she's not angry and trying not to be angry. That's the fascinating part of it, is watching this personality type try to stay in control as somebody attacks the ego here. So that's what I got. All right, fellas, I think this was another good one, and I'll see you next time.
Have fun.
See you.
Today, we're going to break down the body language and behavior of Kevin Spacey. Greg, wants to tell us about the videos we're going to watch.
So Kevin Spacey went through a bunch of claims and a bunch of legal cases around sexual impropriety, and he actually got cleared of a couple of those, and he's back in the news because he's talking to Allison Pearson from The Telegraph, and he's going to talk about some of that in this video.
Guy called Rory. He says, I just totally froze. He pulled me in closer, and in my ear he whispered, don't worry about it. What would you say about that? Is that true?
It's not true.
So what is the motive of someone like that speaking and saying that happened? What's going on there?
I don't know. People have different motives for different things they do, but I would say this, if I can revert back to the Anthony Rapp story. When Anthony Rapp told his story, there were a number of people who came forward to tell another story, a different story, because they felt so strongly that Anthony Rapp was telling the truth. This story must be true. Well, it isn't true, and it wasn't true. And there were other stories that followed that also weren't true, or there were parts of them that were true, or they had been exaggerated, or not happened at all. And I can't really tell you what it is that motivates people. I think some people, maybe think that they're helping and doing the right thing. And, look, there's been, I think, incredible progress because of the Me Too movement. I think it started in a way that I think was incredible, because if you look at the amount of time that the New York Times and Ronan Farrow took to investigate, over a year before they printed the allegations against Harvey Weinstein, they knew what they were presenting. So I think, again, it's just a question of, if you accuse someone of something, you have to give them an opportunity to be able to respond and to investigate it, and not do it in such a way that you don't allow them to actually have a fair shot at being able to prove that either something didn't happen or there are circumstances that make it questionable.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
There's a huge misconception when it comes to experts analyzing a video just like this one. People assume that no matter what, and this is even my own mom and my own family, that all kinds of crazy body language is just exploding out of people 24 hours a day. In reality, there have been hundreds of times that we've analyzed stuff and the behavior of deception was not there. So keep this in mind. There's a massive difference between truth telling and the lack of deception cues. Stress, stakes, good questioning, and context play a humongous role in whatever or whether or not these behaviors show up. But this is a simple yes or no question about the accusation being true. He's able to quickly say, it's not true. So we hear that, and it's not really a detailed story going on there. Along with this, though, you see lip compression, a swallow, a quick head shake, no. These are sometimes associated with deception, but they are part of Kevin Spacey's normal behavior. We call this a baseline. So even in his award acceptance speeches, you see this exact behavior. I will say this. When somebody's falsely accused of something, they will not have a hard time calling that person out. They won't mind saying that they're a liar, they're lying, they're seeking attention, and most of all, that they're committing a crime by telling this story. By saying this, it is a crime if it's false. In this clip, though, we're not seeing that when he's asked to explain these motives. And he's insinuating, or I would say, let's just say he's kind of padding himself, or he's padding the accuser from judgment. He's protecting the accuser from judgment, social judgment, which is not a good sign for truthfulness. So if you're an interviewer, in a moment like this, this is the most perfect time to use something that we call the punishment question. Essentially, you're asking, what do you think should happen to the person that did this? That one question alone will gain you so much ground as an interviewer. And the cool thing is that it works as well on kids as it does adults. And you'll see that truthful people have no problem answering this question at all. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, a couple of interesting things I would say. That really quick, strong positive denial, it isn't true. That's pretty clear. Pretty strong. It's not true. He doesn't defend it. He doesn't caveat it. He just says it's not true and then moves on. And he shows some helplessness in body language when he does it. Face and shoulders are all pointing at the same thing. So this is a good start to me. I agree with you, Chase. People think that we can read minds or we see voodoo in this stuff. What we're doing is looking for patterns. So let's talk about two patterns I see here. One is when he's talking about, on the other hand, see his hands move, his head move to the other location. That's congruency too. But the one I want you to watch in here is he has this body language of acceptance when he's talking about, I don't know why people do it. He does a chin boss, which, can mean grief, but it also can just mean acceptance, especially when it's connected with some other stuff. What's he got to do? And so we see that in this case, and we see those pleatful eyebrows up at the center. I think what this is, and we'll see it two times in this clip and one other time, is acceptance. There's that first time when he's saying, when people do this, and then there's a smirk and almost sarcastic when he says people think they are doing good, and the same thing again when he talks about Weinstein. Weinstein was a good thing. This is, I think, his normal communication face of acceptance. We're talking about the guy. I've written about him in the past and said he has a concrete brow. We say the brow is the billboard of emotion, or I say it's the organ of connection. We use it to connect with people. He doesn't. And we see it a couple of times in these videos you're going to watch today. But if you want to see a great example of lack of forehead involvement, go watch him as Kaiser Sose in The Usual Suspects. That is a great example of his ability to control his face. The last thing I'll go into is I will often say a person is trading guilt. People who trade guilt change over and say, I ran a red light, when you're bringing up something about this case where it has to do with sexual impropriety. He doesn't. He says, I did do things that were inappropriate. So that's a different thing than trading guilt. That's a gradation of outlandish. And we're going to hear him say a lot of things that will wrap up in the end and say, what does that mean? But here I don't see a whole lot of problem. Scott, what do you got?
I agree with you because we're dealing with an actor. So a lot of people are going to go, oh, he's acting like so, he's acting innocent or whatever. But when I hear that, it makes me laugh because you can do that for a few minutes. You can act, Mark will tell you, when you watch a movie, they're not acting for 3 hours in a row. What is it, Mark? 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes at a time?
Could be a few seconds.
There you go. So you're really turning it on and acting. But here, when you've got this much time, there's no way you can act a certain way that whole time, or a couple of hours or 4 or 5 hours in an interrogation room. So since we get this question a lot, quite often when people ask are there, is it possible to be an actor and get away with this? Nope. Because just a little while longer, you can get through all that stuff as long as you can wait it out. It doesn't take very long. But while she explains what happened and the details of this, we're seeing some anger. We're seeing a nostril flare, a really quick, deep breath. And then when he's asked if it's true, he says it's not true. Now, like Chase was saying, he said that pretty quick, and he's shaking his head no. And he continues shaking after that. Quite often, you'll see they'll say, "No, I didn't do it." But his are pretty good. I think he's doing a pretty good job on that, and he keeps shaking no. So that to me says I believe he's earnest about his no. Whether it's honest or not, let's wait and see. Because all this looks really good. Everything in here looks really good for a person telling the truth. And his head goes back a little bit, and that chin comes out. So that lets us know that not only is he angry, he's what do you call it? Coming for, or being aggressive, I guess you'd say. So is my sound on?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Because Chase is leaning in, just going, yeah, I like that. I was like, oh no, I thought about that a minute ago.
I knew you were on the cusp of saying "as it should."
I was right there, man. I scooted right around. It says everything looks as it should for this situation. So then I thought, oh no, my sound's off. After that, when I got down to the bottom of that one. But anyway, so he's looking a little bit aggressive with that chin out, and this is the behavior of someone who's been wronged. I think is the way it looks to me. I'm not saying he's innocent for everything. I'm not saying he's innocent for this. I'm just saying the way it looks right now in this first video. In the first video, I'm saying, listen to me, that looks like everything is okay so far. So there you have it. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. So it's not true. I would agree with you. It's a very strong denial there. I agree with all the elements you saw there, Chase, the lip compression there. Also, I'm going to add to that a bit of bitterness in the mouth there. Now, is that bitterness because he's making this up? He's lying? Well, I mean, it's bitterness, and it could be the bitterness of being wronged himself, just as you're saying there, Scott. So I think we'll need to go a little bit further to work out exactly what's going on here. His theory about all this, I'm going to précis it, is that there was a well-meaning contagion of stories which kind of spread out of this initial lie. So he's got this kind of reasonable idea that says, or semi-reasonable idea that says, all these other stories came from people who were well-intentioned, trying to join in on a story that came, but that initial story was a lie. And so therefore his logic is, I think, that because this initial story was a lie, the other stories are not going to be true as well. That's either accurate or inaccurate or something in between. I don't really know. But here's what I would say. He then goes on to say parts that were true or not happened at all. So he is suggesting some of these stories, which he says was kind of a contagion of an untrue story, parts of those were true or didn't happen at all. Oh, so you're saying that some of these stories do have some truth to them. So look, here's where I come out of this, that yeah, it is potential here that he feels he's been wronged. And this initial story may not be fully accurate, but he is hinting towards there is some accuracy around some of the other stories. That's all I got on that one. Let's have another.
Mark, you came in with confidence.
Yeah, I'm still, buzzing from that Diddy one that we did, and how I nailed it on that. So you
sure did.
Guy called Rory. He says, I just totally froze. He pulled me in closer, and in my ear he whispered, "Don't worry about it." What would you say about that? Is that true?
It's not true.
So what is the motive of someone like that speaking and saying that happened? What's going on there?
I don't know. People have different motives for different things they do, but I would say this, if I can revert back to the Anthony Rapp story. When Anthony Rapp told his story, there were a number of people who came forward to tell another story, a different story, because they felt so strongly that Anthony Rapp was telling the truth. This story must be true. Well, it isn't true, and it wasn't true. And there were other stories that followed that also weren't true, or there were parts of them that were true, or they had been exaggerated, or not happened at all. And I can't really tell you what it is that motivates people. I think some people, maybe think that they're helping and doing the right thing. And, look, there's been, I think, incredible progress because of the Me Too movement. I think it started in a way that I think was incredible, because if you look at the amount of time that the New York Times and Ronan Farrow took to investigate, over a year before they printed the allegations against Harvey Weinstein, they knew what they were presenting. So I think, again, it's just a question of, if you accuse someone of something, you have to give them an opportunity to be able to respond and to investigate it, and not do it in such a way that you don't allow them to actually have a fair shot at being able to prove that either something didn't happen or there are circumstances that make it questionable.
But you're not denying that there was never any truth to unsolicited body contact, flirting that went too far. You're not saying you never behaved like that, are you?
I am not saying that. I am absolutely accepting that at times I behaved poorly. And if anyone wonders, why I would have done that, yes, you're right. I was involved in horseplay, and I was involved in interactions on set that were just fun, and I made a lot of jokes and, sexual innuendos, and it was sort of more common in those circumstances than it is now. And, I might have been having fun because everyone was laughing, and that's what I wanted to have people do. But to have learned later in conversations I had with others and people that I worked with, that actually they felt I was belittling them or making fun of them, which was horrible to hear, because I never, ever wanted to do that intentionally. And those conversations have been really important, because I've then been able to have those conversations with my therapist and try to get to the root of why did I do that, and to make sure that in work environments in the future, I never, ever put myself in a situation where I ever hurt anybody or my conduct is questionable. The workspace is really, it's a sacred space, and it's upsetting that sometimes I behaved in ways that I will never behave again.
All right, Mark, what do you got?
So here's the way he's framing this. Behaved poorly, horseplay, fun intention, I think, jokes, sexual innuendos, and he says all of that was common. So he's moving us away from this idea of any kind of sexual abuse and going towards it's just fun. It was poor behavior, not criminal in any way. It was all fun. There was jokes, sexual innuendo. I love the idea that he says, he would laugh and everybody else would laugh. Yeah, if you're Kevin Spacey and you're laughing, I think everybody else will be laughing, because most likely you own their paycheck. And so it seems to me and this will continue, a kind of an odd naivety in him, kind of understanding that if he does certain things and he suggests they're funny, that people are going to join in and agree that they're funny, because he's the king. He's the highest status. And in London, he was running a really important theatre, and also at the same time had a huge show on Netflix and could give out jobs around that. So we'll hear about that all later. But interesting reframe on this. Never put myself in a situation, he says. Well, he was creating all the situations. He's in charge of all these situations. He is as high as you can possibly get. So any situation is really in his control. Again, seems naive the way he puts that. And then he creates, Greg, sacred space, not non-verbally, but verbally, to say the sanctification of the work, that the theatre work was a holy place, and he would never want that sanctity broken in any way. So, this king has gone, I guess because I was laughing and everybody else was laughing, they must have thought it was good and were joining in. That's never going to be true. And then he makes it a very holy space as well, so we can't puncture that. Greg, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, a couple of things as we start. You say he's got naivete here. The person who is abusing other people can get away with that. They can have naivete about what's going on. The reason there are equal opportunity laws, the reason there are anti-sexual harassment laws, the reason the military is so deadly on all of those things is because often the person will see no harm in it because they're not the victim in this case. And power and asymmetric relationships create a victim, regardless of whatever else we want to call it. If a person's too young to be involved in that situation or whatever. So I'll start off by saying that. A couple of things I see here. I think he is apologetic, but I don't know that he is reformed. I don't know that he sees why there's a problem based on what I see here. He starts off by adapting at the back of his neck or his head when they ask about bad behavior. She's putting him on notice. And you can see that he's starting to go, hold on a second. She says, you're not saying at one point. He does long vowels, those long vowels for fishing for approval at horseplay, interactions. And then that's just minimizing the impact of what you're doing. Using that kind of language softens what's going on. Now, I'm also going to say that probably was not abnormal in the environment, just like the reason we have laws for sexual harassment in the workplace and in the military is because at one point that was fairly normal in the world that people lived in. Lots of young women in situations like that back in business in the olden days. I would say it was not since I've been around because a lot of EO stuff there. But anyway, at the end of the day, then there's at innuendo, he does a single shoulder shrug and innuendo with that long vowel. So he knows this guy's, Mark, if it's naivete, it's intentional naivete. He's a smart guy. There's contempt when he's talking about it belittling or making fun of. And remember, the reason I pointed out that face of acceptance with that chin boss twice, it doesn't show up here. If that was something he's accepting, you would think we would see that same face. We don't. Is it possible that it means nothing? Yeah, possible. But go back and look at that video one and see that acceptance face at Weinstein, that acceptance face at the Me Too thing. It's not here. He does mouth blocking after intentionally. And there's a whole lot of face touching, pressing when he says, I never put myself in a situation where I hurt someone with my conduct. I behaved in ways I will never behave again. I don't hear anything in there that says, hey, I know this was wrong. I knew this was wrong. We don't hear any of that. So I think, Mark, that's why the naivete comes across. And just because you obey laws doesn't mean that you agree with them. All of us know that. There's some laws some of us may not agree with, but we obey. Once you're in a situation where you have to, you do it. Scott, what do you got?
All right. For me, this is where it gets interesting because so far we've seen no cues of deception, really. I mean, nothing that really stands out. And you go, look at this, look at that. He does a lot of the little short shoulder shrugs and the single ones, but I think that's part of his baseline as well because he's doing that all the time through here. So it looks like, to me, like he's checking his notes right there to the right of his screen. Is it his right or his left? Yeah, I think it's to the right. I don't know. I'm dyslexic. So it looks like he's looking at something to kind of go over whatever she may ask. I think he's got a block of a few words to check on. It looks like that anyway. So in a way, he adds too much information about the instances of behavior that made people uncomfortable for me. It's like he's burying the lead. That question comes up and he starts piling all this stuff on here. And Greg coined the phrase chaff and redirect. I think this might be a form of that because he's not saying, he's leaving that part in there that she's talking about, but he's just adding all this other stuff on top of it. He's burying that, surrounding it with it and putting things on top and under and around it to sort of hide it, I think. So everything it looks the way it should because I think he's being honest about the other things as well. And he ends by saying there are things he'd never do again. And he says his behavior was bad. So there's something in here where he's been doing something he shouldn't have been doing. So maybe we'll find out what that is later on. Chase, what do you got?
So there's a lot going on here. And I think it's genuine, but keep in mind that he's not making a denial about the sexual assault directly. So keep that in mind. So I think what is in this clip, the statements that are in this clip are honest. What I thought was remarkable was the degree of real emotional authenticity in his description of learning that he had offended or hurt somebody by the jokes or remarks. That was real. There was an eyebrow flash as he's describing how they felt, this hand to chest gesture, which we do unconsciously when we're being vulnerable or genuine with somebody. You see a grief muscle, and you see this little thing here squeezed together. That's called the glabella. But it stays furrowed during an apology or an explanation like this, when that happens, it's usually genuine concern, confusion, or distress. One of those things. Kevin is genuinely, I think, feeling remorseful or troubled about the impact of his actions. The glabella is more involved here in this admission because the confusion and distress and probably pretty often self-criticism. You'll see the glabella during times of self-criticism. If you want to look up the scientific research on this, Paul Ekman did some major work on this and published the studies that revealed this stuff initially to the Western world anyway. That's all I got.
But you're not denying that there was never any truth to unsolicited body contact, flirting that went too far. You're not saying you never behaved like that, are you?
I am not saying that. I am absolutely accepting that at times I behaved poorly. And if anyone wonders, why I would have done that, yes, you're right. I was involved in horseplay and I was involved in interactions on set that were just fun. And I made a lot of jokes and, sexual innuendos. And it was sort of more common in those circumstances than it is now. And, I might have been having fun because everyone was laughing and that's what I wanted to have people do. But to have learned later in conversations I had with others and people that I worked with that actually they felt I was belittling them or making fun of them, which was horrible to hear because I never, ever wanted to do that intentionally. And those conversations have been really important because I've then been able to have those conversations with my therapist and try to get to the root of why did I do that and to make sure that in work environments in the future, I never, ever put myself in a situation where I ever hurt anybody or my conduct is questionable. The workspace is really, it's a sacred space and it's upsetting that sometimes I behaved in ways that I will never behave again.
There's also one guy in the documentary who was had a small part on House of Cards, who gets very distressed about talking about you touching him inappropriately, and then I believe several months later shared half-nude photographs with you. Is that correct?
No, actually, the accusation he made was in 2013.
Right.
And the photographs that he sent me, which were provocative, was in 2016 after he had left the show.
Okay. So you would have thought you were on pretty okay terms with him, would you?
Absolutely. We were very friendly to each other. And at no time did he ever say that any of our horseplay had upset him in any way, shape, or form.
Mark, when she said this was going, so House of Cards was in London? Is that what you were referring to?
No, House of Cards was the Netflix show, which was being produced at the same time as him running the Old Vic in London, on south of London.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, he knows that he's got this guy nailed. He's undermined his credibility. You can't miss it because his chin boss, that engaging in acceptance, again, the same thing we saw earlier, not sad, not grief, just that chin boss involved when he raises his shoulder like, so what's a guy to do? And he enunciates every point. 2016, left the show, and then Chase, he does your closed eye talking, closes his eyes, does a lip compression. I put that one down. That's done. I think he's irritated now because he's adapting by rocking as he answers more questions about this. I think he can feel this thing is taking a turn and she's starting to push a little harder, and you can see him adapt by swaying his body. But adapt, we simply mean taking control of the environment by doing the familiar in an unfamiliar space. It's what we all do. And then at the end of that, he goes right back to that, I rest my case, with his eyes closed and a lip compression. I think this one, no biggie. I've got this one nailed. I'm not worried about it. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, when we talk about the grief muscle, Greg can do it if you could demonstrate really quick. It's that little muscle right up here, that little thing. It's hard, muscles, yeah. It's hard to fake. It's hard to do. When we talk about the grief muscle, watch the center of this woman's forehead when she's recalling this emotional experience of hearing this guy talk about stuff on the documentary. It's real. So I don't know about this case at all, but I do know behavior. This denial is lacking almost all of the things I would look for when it comes to deception. To give you a quick rundown of what we look for, or what I look for, is number one is change. I'm looking for unusual stuff based on how they normally act. Then context, always considering the setting, the circumstances, what's going on that might be influencing somebody. Then clusters. So instead of relying on a single behavior, I always want to find multiple things going on because the body is begging to tell the truth. The next one is culture. This is behavioral backgrounds, where the person grew up or the city that this is taking place in, all kinds of stuff that goes on there. And then the checklist. This is the checklist that's more systematic. Here's the list of what we think is a deceptive behavior. And then we do that last. And so that's an in-order list of what I look for. I think what everybody here looks for. That's an in-order list. That's all I got. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, actually, let's talk a little bit about culture and the metaphor that he uses here of horseplay. And so I think probably only Greg here, or certainly Greg, would know more about horses playing than most all of us here. Others of us may well have seen a bit of horses playing, but Greg's probably seen quite a lot of it. But this metaphor is thrown out. He says, look, there was some horseplay going on. And so for us, we take in this image. So it's a metaphor, which means it's calling something that it is not. There were no horses involved in the action that was going on. He throws out the metaphor of horseplay. And I certainly, in my mind, get this image of two horses kind of playing with each other, and it's all over and no harm done. And that's the nature of horseplay, because we kind of go, oh, it's just horseplay. Oh, well, no harm done. Greg, I'm sure you've seen some horseplay in your time, and it probably hasn't ended very well at all. I mean, sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it can get quite nasty. Because my guess is in horseplay, actual horseplay, probably one horse turns out to be way more powerful than the other horse. And it's not often going to be equal horses. He's suggesting, look, it's horseplay. It's equal horses. Probably wasn't equal horses. Probably one of the horses in the play had way more power than some of the other horses. And therefore, what looked to him like acceptance probably was compliance instead. And again, it seems naive that he doesn't seem to understand this, that what he's seen as acceptance in horseplay, we were just playing around, could well be compliance because of the extreme imbalance of status involved. But Greg, I'd be happy for you to tell me if I've read horseplay wrongly.
No, what I'm thinking about is a very famous person who said it was horseplay. That was Jerry Sandusky.
Yeah.
Remember that big problem? So, yeah, but Mark, you're right. I mean, horses, it's usually, oddly enough, male horses that do that, mostly grabbing and pulling on halters. Mares don't do a whole lot of that. They're like, get off me. They can be very grumpy and very aggressive with each other. But yeah, it's the truth. One will be stronger than the other. They'll play around until they've had enough of it.
Yeah. Scott, what do you got on this one?
All right. Now he's talking about horseplay in a different arena. See what I mean? So earlier it sounded like horseplay meant just goofing around and telling jokes and that kind of thing. Now we find out there's behavior going on involving questionable photos, and refers to that as horseplay. So he's sort of upped the game a little bit on what horseplay actually is in his world or whatever. So moments here, or his movements here, there are moments when they're much faster than normal. I mean, he comes out of the gate, everything's sped up a little bit, and he's jerking around a little bit there, but not a whole lot. But he's uncomfortable, and we got a lot more shoulder shrugs, a lot more expressions just flashing across his face. There's a whole bunch of them. So there's a lot of inner dialogue going on up there as he's thinking about what's happening, I think. So, and I agree with you, Greg. She's sort of starting to put the heat on him with this thing, and he's starting to leak a little bit there. So, and then if you look at the reflection in his glasses, you can see what he's seeing on the screen. You know, it's more than just himself and more than just her. And quite often, as we all know, when you're doing TV news, you get on there and they put you in a little green room, and then you can see the show going on. You can see 2 or 3 different things. And then when you're talking, sometimes there's 3 or 4 other things going on, but you have to pretend like it's just you and talking to the news person or whatever. So I can't tell what's going on there. I'm looking for that thing that's going to show me for sure he's reading stuff. So, but at this point, we don't see he's actually reading, but it looks like he's checking on something there to his right. So We'll keep looking, see if we can find those in his glasses or some other way. So what's being discussed, I think, might have happened, but it sounds like both parties were okay with it, went along, because it's been years since the guy who was a kid back then comes up and shows these pictures. But I'm sure he's gone away and thought about it and said, you know what, that wasn't right what he did. Because as you get older, you start realizing things that was weird. You know, for when you're a little kid, you go, that just wasn't right. Now that I think about it, and it sort of clicks, maybe that's what's happened here. And that guy, back when he was a kid, this happened. Now he's a little older. He went, you know what? That wasn't cool. That wasn't right what he did. So that's a possibility of what may be happening.
There's also one guy in the documentary who was had a small part on House of Cards, who gets very distressed about talking about you touching him inappropriately, and then I believe several months later shared half nude photographs with you. Is that correct?
No, actually, the accusation he made was in 2013.
Right.
And the photographs that he sent me, which were provocative, was in 2016 after he had left the show.
Okay. So you would have thought you were on pretty okay terms with him, would you?
Absolutely. We were very friendly to each other. And at no time did he ever say that any of our horseplay had upset him in any way, shape, or form.
Chase, you got that, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. That's nice. That was nice.
I thought I'd let him have it. I mean, I've collected so many awards.
I know.
This one already. It's just like share it out. Spread the love. Namaste.
I guess that's one way to describe laziness.
Yeah.
Kevin, I'm interested in the power dynamic at play in these accusations, because as a Hollywood star, double Oscar winner, how aware were you that you exerted, a powerful hold and a fascination for these guys? Some of them call themselves, I was just a nobody. And was there no part of you that ever chose to exploit that power?
I'm a kid from South Orange, New Jersey, who was raised in Southern California in very, very more than modest surroundings. In fact, my father was unemployed so often that by the time I think I was 10, we'd moved about 8 times. I came from nothing, and I have not spent my life looking at myself the way other people see me. I look at myself as unbelievably fortunate and incredibly lucky to have had people believe in me when I started out, and to have been given the opportunities that I've had. And, there's power dynamics in every relationship. But in the way that I conducted myself, I would think that if I had been promising people, well, if you come into my trailer, I'm going to, give you a part in a show, or I'll give you an audition, I never in any way used the position I was in as a quid pro quo. Doesn't mean I didn't believe in people, doesn't mean I didn't support people, doesn't mean I didn't recommend people to a director who I believed in, but there was no price to pay. There was no quid pro quo. Absolutely not. Now, it appears when I hear about what some of the accusers are saying, that in their own minds, they thought because I'd had a 15-minute conversation with them, or got stoned with them, or had a drink with them, that I was now going to be their mentor, which is not what was occurring. And I also think mentorship is something that's very serious. I've been very fortunate to have some mentors in my life, and I've certainly mentored people myself, but not every person I meet, just because I'm asking them questions and because I happen to be an actor and a famous one, means that I'm making a promise that I'm going to be their way into the industry, and they're going to have a career just because I paid attention to them. It's just not what was happening.
All right, Chase, what do you got?
So let's understand this question she asked versus the answer Kevin provided. She's saying,
I'm paraphrasing here. How aware are you that you had a powerful hold or fascination for these guys? Essentially asking, is he aware that this level of status and authority were influential and powerful? And he had the capacity to make people become more compliant, perhaps. His answer was about quid pro quo, promises and favors, and is not at all what she asked about. So let's talk very quickly about the behavioral stuff that's going on here, since we're the behavior panel. What are the psychological effects of people who are in the presence of people who have tons of social status, or they're perceived as an authority? You don't have to have real authority. You just have to have the perception of it. So it's fascinating and a little scary how deeply embedded the response to social status is and authority inside of our psychology. It's in every one of us. And this is deeply rooted in our DNA, in our evolutionary past, where disobeying an authority figure like a tribal leader could mean that we would get killed or face some hard consequences. A really good illustration of this is the famous Milgram experiment from the 1960s, where these participants in the experiment were willing to administer what they believed were severely painful electric shocks to a total stranger just because some dude in a lab coat told them to do it. So it shows how normal everyday people can be made to do extreme stuff under the influence of authority. So keep this in mind. This heightened level of suggestibility comes from the way that our brains are wired to respond to authority cues like uniforms, titles, celebrity status. When that occurs, critical thinking takes a back seat, and it makes people way more compliant and susceptible to suggestions, even when those are not in our best interest or our ethical standards. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I find this, number one, I agree with everything you're saying there. And I find it incredible, again, how naive he seems to be or want to be perceived as not understanding that power dynamic that was there and the compliance that he could create with somebody. And not answering the question of effectively, how drunk were you on your power?
I think he's going along with like 99.9% of Hollywood, who is just so severely out of touch with reality that he may not be faking this at all.
Well, again, that's why I'm not quite sure why he is so naive or appears so naive. To your point, Chase, maybe it is because he's absolutely not in touch with that. I remember in London when Kevin Spacey showed up, and it's a big thing to have such a big Hollywood star running a theater. This is, the king of Hollywood running a grassroots theater. So it was an extraordinary thing. And so just a massive amount of cachet and power and romance around him, just Hollywood romance in the heart of London. And essentially, you're right, Chase, he doesn't answer the question of did you ever, use that power? What he does is he starts the narrative of I came from nothing. My dad came from nothing. That's not an answer to that question. That's, to your, Chase, I think it's a resume statement, essentially.
It's a screenplay. It's a screenplay.
Yeah, absolutely. Greg, what do you got on this one?
More importantly, it is a chaff and redirect. The rational answer to a compound question is an answer, not that. So let's walk through a couple of things. Chase, you brought it up. Mark, you brought up a second thing. But the Zimbardo experiment is as applicable as anything we talk about here, the prison experiment. What we know is that when you cloister people, when they get into a contained environment and there's an alpha, they have more of a tendency to allow things to happen. They shouldn't. Look at every cult that's ever existed. You create an alpha that is the one, and people try to emulate and become more like. That person, in the Zimbardo experiment, they ended up doing fake sexual acts and all that kind of stuff, forcing these so-called prisoners who were actors, both were volunteers, to force sexual things that were odd, that also happened in Abu Ghraib 2004 in Baghdad. So All of this stuff is deep in human psyches, deep in there. It's so creepy that it's as deeply embedded in us as it is. But go read that Zimbardo experiment and the Milgram experiment, and you'll see two very powerful things. Now, talk about theater, talk about movie sets, talk about that. Those are cloistered environments. Mark, you've worked in those places. They are very confined. And then I would say talent takes a whole new level when they're in the room. They're going to more privacy and that kind of thing. When she asks this question, she locks him down. She doesn't give him a lot of wiggle room. And that's the reason he chaffs, to get out of it. She says, how aware were you that you exerted? Well, he rambles about his background, about his family, about his chickens and dogs and whatever else he had for 1 solid minute without answering a question. Then he says it was not quid pro quo, which might be true. He may have never said, if you do this, I'll do that. He may have never said, you have to do this for me to do that. That's true. But he knew the dynamic. And if you don't believe that, go back and listen to this final rant. He talks about the dynamic of power between people. If he knew that, now I agree with you guys, it might have been normal there, normal in the environment he was in and accepted. Look, if you go way back in cultures, the military had to make rules against it. So that should tell you something. Business had to make rules against all this kind of thing. So all of this could still be true, but he states in the very end of that he understands the power differential. And then he does lip compression without eye closure, which tells me he's not on the same ground as he was back here when he had this guy who had shown some compromising photos. He doesn't show that same thing with that chin that we saw earlier, showing that he accepts things in that case either. There's one place in here he does, but I'll leave it at that. Scott, is it you?
Yeah. In the Milgram studies, I thought one of the most fascinating things was what happened was, like Chase was explaining, they'd have somebody come in and they told them, look, and it was a student, and said, look, what we want you to do is every time I tell you to, just ramp the voltage up. We're going to shock this person. In a nutshell, that's what was happening. And so they ramp it up, and you hear the person holler, and then they do something, the person doing the test or whatever would say something, okay, well, shock him again, turn it up to whatever. And they were telling this unbelievable voltage they would goose them with, supposedly, and they weren't. And it got to a point where for almost every one of them, when they got so high and they do it, there'd be no noise. And they'd say, he's not yelling anymore. He's not hollering. They could just do it again. Just do it. And they would still do it. That was what's so crazy about that. So if you're into that kind of thing, it's a great read. But I think there also there's video of that as well. I think
there's a really good video. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that is, I think that's just mind blowing. What are you going to say, Greg?
I think a lot of them were returned soldiers too. The culture was in a place of compliance more than it is today, for sure.
Okay.
Social compliance. Yeah.
Okay. So, anyway, so back to our videos. This is where it gets really interesting for me, because when he says, I never used that position, the position I was in, as a quid pro quo. And everybody noticed when he did that, you see that short shoulder shrug, quick one, and that chin goes over there. Maybe 4 times since we've been doing this, we've seen someone do that in videos, and they weren't being dishonest. I think if I had to vote right now on the very specific she's talking about in this, I think this one might have happened. I think this one might be true. Just lean on that one thing. There are no absolutes. You can't say every time that happens that's true. But man, this gives me the feeling, along with everything else, that this one might have happened. So I can be wrong. It's just my opinion. I'll leave it there. Yeah, Mark, you were in first and strong, man.
So that's what happens, Chase, when you call me lazy. I come back strong.
Oh, Chase, man. So you're going to take that off of him?
I was Kevin spacing out. That's where.
Oh, do you know you didn't? Oh. You're going to have to do an apology video for that one.
Kevin, I'm interested in the power dynamic at play in these accusations, because as a Hollywood star, double Oscar winner, how aware were you that you exerted, a powerful hold and a fascination for these guys? Some of them call themselves, I was just a nobody. And was there no part of you that ever chose to exploit that power?
I'm a kid from South Orange, New Jersey, who was raised in Southern California in very, very more than modest surroundings. In fact, my father was unemployed so often that by the time I think I was 10, we'd moved about 8 times. I came from nothing, and I have not spent my life looking at myself the way other people see me. I look at myself as unbelievably fortunate and incredibly lucky to have had people believe in me when I started out and to have been given the opportunities that I've had. And, you know, there's power dynamics in every relationship. But in the way that I conducted myself, I would think that if I had been promising people, well, you know, if you come into my trailer, I'm going to, you know, give you a part in a show, or I'll give you an audition, or I never in any way used the position I was in as a quid pro quo. Doesn't mean I didn't believe in people. Doesn't mean I didn't support people. Doesn't mean I didn't recommend people to a director who I believed in. But there was no price to pay. There was no quid pro quo. Absolutely not. Now, it appears when I hear about what some of the accusers are saying that in their own minds, they thought because I'd had a 15-minute conversation with them or got stoned with them or had a drink with them, that I was now going to be their mentor, which is not what was occurring. And I also think mentorship is something that's very serious. I've been very fortunate to have some mentors in my life, and I've certainly mentored people myself. But not every person I meet, just because I'm asking them questions and because I happen to be an actor and a famous one, means that I'm making a promise that I'm going to be their way into the industry and they're going to have a career just because I paid attention to them. It's just not what was happening.
Are you honestly saying that there is no point in which you get the fame you had and where you don't flex that power in some way?
Yeah, but in the tiniest ways. You know, it's like, oh, you can get a good table at a restaurant, and you can get, you know, a nice airline seat. And, you know, I mean, people treat you very well, and I'm not an idiot. I know when I walk into a room, people see me, and it may well change the way they react to me. But I've not spent my life trying to take advantage of people because of the position I've been in. I've been incredibly fortunate, and I've tried to be able to spread that and put a spotlight on other people and help them in their lives.
In your interview with Dan Wootton, you said, I take full responsibility for my past behavior and my actions. What behavior and actions were you referring to?
I'm behaving poorly, doing inappropriate things. I completely understand and accept that. And if anyone thinks that I haven't been focused on growing and becoming a better person as a result of what I've been through and what I've learned in the last 7 years, if anybody thinks that I don't sorely regret the mistakes that I've made or the choices that I've made or that I hurt anyone along the way, then you just aren't aware of the personal work that I've been doing for the last 7 years. And anyone who thinks that I'm going to give up on acting has got me wrong on all counts.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
There's a deep swallow in the start, and we're all giggling because we just watched the same thing. But there's a deep swallow in the start because this is going the wrong way for him. You can see that. And then that single shoulder shrug and that point with the chin that Scott just talked about in the last video is there. Yeah. And he sounds like John Lovitz from, Saturday Night Live years ago, doing this thing all at the same time. All of that is fight or flight. It changes the pitch of our voice as things happen. The respiration is up, his blink rate's up. All of those things are fight or flight. The organism's trying to protect itself, and it's going to just respond. He actually gets pretty rigid as he moves around and he's illustrating airline seats and tables. His movement has now gotten rigid. And I often say it's not just your speech patterns that the cadence changes on, but how quickly you shift from movement to movement. And we're seeing the use of that. There's a rare use of his forehead in request for approval. Like I said before, he's got a concrete brow. But here, when he says, I put the spotlight on other people, and he raises his brow, he probably does. He probably does believe that. And I think that's him genuinely saying, look, I do this. Don't you understand? Then he does some downright eye accessing after that comment, after she's gone at him pretty hard. And I think it's probably emotion associated with which way this I don't think it's about something he's recalling. I think it's associated with where this is going. Because right after that, his mouth gets narrow, his respiration's up, and his jaw is set. That's anger. That's anger. And then just a couple others. I got a ton of stuff here. When he's asked about his actions, he starts to kind of short stroke his head no and uses euphemistic language that says exactly what she said, not illustrating. She said, what were your bad actions? Well, they were bad actions, basically is what he says. And now he's lost eye contact. He says what I've been through, what I've learned. It's about him again. This is why I think while he may feel remorse or whatever, I think, like you said earlier, Chase, and like we all said, it might have been normal. And people age into that organism's done what made the organism successful and don't evolve with times around them. And sometimes they never change. But the last thing he says, I think, is probably the most genuine thing I've seen in this entire video. And it's when he loses his ability to really express what he's saying when he's talking about acting and he's stumbling over the words. I think he's actually really emotional there. And I think that's the crux of the matter. Don't want to lose the acting, but some of the stuff I did, Scott, what do you got?
All right. What's interesting to me is how much he moves around when he talks about how much he helps people. I thought that was kind of interesting. Now, he's uncomfortable doing that. So I can't tell from what we're looking at whether he's uncomfortable because he's saying, I'm doing all this nice stuff. And maybe he's not the kind of guy that says he does all this nice and good stuff. I don't know. Never met the guy, and I haven't seen many interviews with him where that would come up. So, but I thought that was fairly interesting, what was happening there. But I think it's hard to say. I'm not going to say that. I got to watch that. But when you brag about something, usually your eyebrows go up and you have to request for approval, which is another thing Greg coined. Your eyebrows, and I really, it's just one of those things I love to do because it helps the children. And so their eyebrows go up. And we're not seeing a lot of that there. They go up and down and all that, but they don't go up and lock as he's doing that. So I think there's something to that. And then I think he's being honest when he talks about the growing up and trying to be a better person. I think that's probably actually from the heart. He probably means that. He's probably been thinking about this. Obviously, he's had a lot of time thinking about it. He's like, yeah, I got to be a better person. I got to get a handle on this if he's done something wrong. I don't want to say that's coming from the position of it being, but he says he does some wrong stuff, some bad stuff. So I don't know. This is turning bad for him. So I'm not saying he didn't do a lot of things that he shouldn't have done. I'm just saying he looks like he means what he says when he says he's sorry that he did some things he shouldn't have done. So I don't know how to make it any clearer about what I'm saying. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah, I think the interview here is great because she's incredulous about him never flexing his power. She pushes on it, and I think we get a confession from him. We certainly get the biggest move from baseline that we have from him, that high-pitched voice, the look across, the instability of that moment. And he says, just little things. So a little micro confession there. He's confessing to doing just little things. And I think he shows disdain on that as well. I think he feels like he shouldn't be called out on these little things because again, and Chase, I don't get it. I don't, but it could be that Hollywood thing of he's just so departed from the rest of the world that he doesn't quite get it. That a little thing for him could be the biggest thing for somebody else. He's at such a high status that a little thing for him to somebody of low status could mean the absolute world. And he doesn't seem to recognize that, or maybe he does, and he does show disdain for that. Chase, what do you got on this one?
Yeah, and I agree with y'all. I agree with everybody here. And for you watching, I'm going to change the way that you hear what's in this clip permanently, and also how you hear statements like this in your own life. When somebody over apologizes, especially in a situation where it feels a little out of place or a little excessive, it's usually a red flag that there's more under the surface. So this can indicate that the person's trying to compensate for something that they feel guilty about, or they might be trying to deflect some kind of further inquiry into the issue. So now when somebody talks extensively about how they've worked hard to fix their personal issues, it can serve maybe a dual purpose. The first thing it does is it acts as a form of mini confession. It helps. We have this need to confess as humans, where they acknowledge these past faults, but they also try to reassure whoever's listening that these issues are resolved. So it's like they're saying, yes, I had these problems, but I've dealt with these. So it can be a subconscious effort to kind of cleanse your palate for being pissed off. The second thing that it does is, just by emphasizing their transformation and their efforts to change, they're essentially framing themselves as a brand new person. So this narrative can be kind of strategic to create some mental separation from past behaviors and demonstrate that anything that happened back then, any misconduct, that was not me. So this was crafted to foster forgiveness and understanding. And I can say that we're also not fans of the innuendo and all that stuff here on the behavior panel. If you agree, drop an eggplant emoji in the chat to let Scott know that you're thinking about him.
Are you honestly saying that there is no point in which you get the fame you had and where you don't flex that power in some way?
Yeah, but in the tiniest ways, it's like, oh, you can get a good table at a restaurant, and you can get, a nice airline seat. And, people treat you very well. And I'm not an idiot. I know when I walk into a room, people see me, and it may well change the way they react to me. But I've not spent my life trying to take advantage of people because of the position I've been in. I've been incredibly fortunate, and I've tried to be able to spread that and put a spotlight on other people and help them in their lives.
In your interview with Dan Wootton, you said, I take full responsibility for my past behavior and my actions. What behavior and actions were you referring to?
I'm behaving poorly, doing inappropriate things. I completely understand and accept that. And if anyone thinks that I haven't been focused on growing and becoming a better person as a result of what I've been through and what I've learned in the last 7 years, if anybody thinks that I don't sorely regret the mistakes that I've made or the choices that I've made or that I hurt anyone along the way, then you just aren't aware of the personal work that I've been doing for the last 7 years. And anyone who thinks that I'm going to give up on acting has got me wrong on all counts.
In 2017, when you were at the height of your success and being amazing in House of Cards, this guy you mentioned before, Anthony Rapp, accused you of making sexual advances to him in 1986 when he was 14 years old. And then you released a statement in which you said you didn't remember the encounter, but you were extremely sorry if it had taken place. And you also chose that statement to disclose that you were living as a gay man. Can you tell us why did you apologize, and do you regret now coming out in that same statement?
Well, there's no question that the two statements should have been separated. In my mind, in my heart, I knew that I hadn't done what he accused me of doing. But he backed me into a corner, because when you say, oh, you were so drunk, you won't remember. I mean, look, the first thing that I think, if someone heard that, I'm accusing you of something that happened more than 30 years ago and you won't remember because you were too drunk. The first thing I did was not say, this person's lying. The first thing I did was go, what? What? Like, I had to look at myself and say, is it possible that? So I wasn't in a position at that point to absolutely deny it. I was also conscious of the fact, and there were lots of voices in my head actually talking to me, advisors and such, who were saying, you can't push back on this. You have to be kind. There was all kinds of pressure. And again, BuzzFeed gave us a few hours to respond to this 31-year-old charge before they went to print. And I'm not sure I could have done anything that would have been the right thing or sounded right. It even all sounded wrong to me. But also because what many people may not know, unless they watch the Dan Wootton interview, is that I had been talking about and planning about coming out for more than 2 years. And so in my own mind, I had made the decision to come out. It's not that Anthony Rapp made me come out. It's that I was like, I was going to do this anyway, so let's just try to do something positive, because so many people in the gay community have been asking me to come out, and I felt like I just didn't see. I knew I wasn't guilty, so I didn't connect the two things, and now I understand now why it was seen the way it was seen.
All right, Greg, what do you got?
Yeah, so he's back at his home turf. He's talking about an accuser he's gone to court over, so he knows how to deal with it. And she gives him the chance, but he doesn't separate the two questions about coming out and about issuing an apology to this kid. If he was smart, he would have done that, separated them out, and gone right down the path and said, look, I issued an apology. It was ill-advised. I was not in the place I'm in now. But he doesn't. He confuses the two and ties them back together. And then we get that same back. Remember, early in this video, I said, I see a pattern of do what you have to do here. I'm accepting it. I'm accepting it. I see it again. Now, when I see this, he doesn't say that he never denies this could have happened with this kid, never denies it could have happened. He says some long drawn out thing, and it was when I was coming out, and. This makes me feel really uncomfortable. And the only time I've seen him grab his nose before this was when he was very emotional and stumbling over his words in the last video. There's a non-answer whether he did it or not. That's avoidance to me all day. He could have come right out and said, didn't do it. I made a mistake by issuing an apology because I was in a place, but he never comes out and says, I didn't do it. He says, I was drunk. Maybe I was too drunk. I don't know. That's all I got. Chase, what do you got?
Yeah, I agree. And one big thing that people might miss in this interview is that Spacey never gives a firm denial of the accusations here. Instead, his reaction, I think, shows a lot about how people process such intense situations. Let's break down the statement really quick and reveal a few things that are hidden inside of it. When Spacey says, the first thing I did was not say this person's lying. The first thing I did was go, what? And then what? He's showing a moment of self-reflection. And this is a really important behavioral cue. Instead of outright denying the claim, he questions himself. Think about this for a second. This self-doubt can indicate that even if he does not remember the event, he recognizes the possibility, the capacity for this to have happened. So especially since he mentions being intoxicated, this kind of response is typical when somebody's unsure of their past actions, but they're acknowledging the potential for inappropriate behavior. And Spacey's interview is a good example of the nuanced ways that people respond to allegations. And he doesn't firmly deny the claims. He shows self-reflection, which is rare, and acknowledges that there's a capacity there. So it kind of reminds us our reactions in these situations like this can be a mix of all kinds of weird stuff, context, like we talked about earlier, that makes a big difference. And that's all I got. Mark, what do you got?
Yeah. Look, he says he was backed into a corner here. And so let's just take in if that's correct. It's not just it is a metaphor, but essentially he's hit fight and flight in this situation. And that's why he's saying he conflates, he puts together the sexual abuse kind of claim and or the impropriety claim and him coming out, and those get put together, and it's unstrategic. He's overwhelmed with opinions from other people. It's a snap judgment and a bad decision. But he says, I was backed up against a corner. So again, it kind of speaks to the idea of he's able to be really naive, which I don't quite get, or he's playing at being naive, and potentially he has the ability to hit fight and flight in situations. He's maybe not a good CEO of his life. Things don't hit him and he thinks carefully about them and goes, well, here's the message I'll put out. He just goes into action and makes mistakes. And he does say, I knew I wasn't guilty. So you're right. It's not a firm denial, but it's somewhat of a denial. I knew I wasn't guilty. Look, there may be you could kind of poke at that and go, well, were you deluded by that knowing? So interesting. Scott, what do you got on that one?
All right. I think this is where the acting part comes in. because we see him check his notes. This is where he can see what's actually happening. I've been saying looks to his right because it's over there right for me, but it's to the left. And you can see his eyes go over as she's talking, and he's reading really fast, and you can see his eyes going back and forth really fast. Then you hear a little click. So I don't know if he's clicking a mouse on a computer or what, but there's definitely a little click there. So I think he's going over notes. I think that's what's happening to make sure he makes sure he says everything he wants to say, or get everything he wants said in that. So when you watch this for a second time, watch how his eyes focus over there on something to the left, and watch how his eyes go back and forth. It's not like he's doing like this. Like we all have stuff on our screens. I think we all do. I know most of us do. And so when we go back, Mark, you're reading from a little.
Yeah, I'm just notes down here.
Okay. Well, I think the rest of us have stuff on our screen, so you see us going back and forth like I am now. But his is really small because his eyes are going back and forth like that. So I don't think this section, this video, this answer was very good for him, because I think I understand he's trying to get back into acting, trying to get hired again, but hopefully this one hasn't sealed his doom with these answers in this one, because I think he's being honest at the beginning of the group of these videos, or at this group of videos, and now I think he's being honest, but he's talking about these ideas and feelings and stories that could possibly be true, that are really bad for him, I think. So I don't think this makes him look very good. Is that all of us?
Yeah.
Oh, Mark, I busted your groove coming in like that, dude. I'm sorry.
And Scott, I'm sorry, man. I meant to call you before Mark, so you weren't last again.
Oh, it's okay. I'm used to it. It's okay. I'm used to it.
You haven't been last every time this time.
No, there were 2 times I wasn't. It's okay, though.
In 2017, when you were at the height of your success and being amazing in House of Cards, this guy you mentioned before, Anthony Rapp, accused you of making sexual advances to him in 1986 when he was 14 years old. And then you released a statement in which you said you didn't remember the encounter, but you were extremely sorry if it had taken place. And you also chose that statement to disclose that you were living as a gay man. Can you tell us why did you apologize, and do you regret now coming out in that same statement?
Well, there's no question that the 2 statements should have been separated. In my mind, in my heart, I knew that I hadn't done what he accused me of doing. But he backed me into a corner, because when you say, oh, you were so drunk, you won't remember. I mean, look, the first thing that I think, if someone heard that, I'm accusing you of something that happened more than 30 years ago and you won't remember because you were too drunk. The first thing I did was not say, this person's lying. The first thing I did was go, what? What? Like, I had to look at myself and say, is it possible that? So I wasn't in a position at that point to absolutely deny it. I was also conscious of the fact, and there were lots of voices in my head actually talking to me, advisors and such, who were saying, you can't push back on this. You have to be kind. There was all kinds of pressure. And again, BuzzFeed gave us a few hours to respond to this 31-year-old charge before they went to print. And I'm not sure I could have done anything that would have been the right thing or sounded right. It even all sounded wrong to me. But also because what many people may not know, unless they watch the Dan Wooten interview, is that I had been talking about and planning about coming out for more than 2 years. And so in my own mind, I had made the decision to come out. It's not that Anthony Rapp made me come out. It's that I was like, I was going to do this anyway, so let's just try to do something positive, because so many people in the gay community have been asking me to come out, and I felt like I just didn't see. I knew I wasn't guilty, so I didn't connect the 2 things, and now I understand now why it was seen the way it was seen.
All right, we just broke all this behavior down, and we've made decisions about what we think. What do you think? Mark, tell us what you think.
Yeah, I mean, clearly there's some kind of micro confessions going on there. He's denying, I guess, the bigger stuff, but essentially he's been up to some stuff. He says it himself that is reprehensible in some way. Look, here's what I would say about it is, I think it's a Spider-Man quote, isn't it? With great power comes great responsibility. And, you know, if you have power, I would think you have to look after every decision that you're making. And I find it personally a little naive that he hasn't looked after every decision that he's been making. I find it extraordinary that he's got himself into this position, but it seems like he's the kind of person that just hasn't understood the power that he has and understood that he needs to look after all of his behaviors in order to come out of that power squeaky clean. And he hasn't. He's not clean. Chase, what do you think?
Yeah, good quote from Uncle Ben there. He took care of Peter Parker for a long time, has great rice, and a lot of good stuff. So this whole thing is a mix of well-worded responses that are mostly genuine and slightly evasive. I think he's definitely confident there's no evidence that's going to show he's guilty. Whether it's because he's innocent or someone can't prove it, I'm not sure, of course. Here's the main thing I'm seeing in all this behavior. I think he's internally using his own goodness in a way to feel less stress and guilt about all of this. I don't think that he acted like some of these other dipshits in Hollywood who were very obviously acting with malice and knowingly hurtful behavior. I think it's true for him, for maybe his truth, that he didn't do those things with malice. And it's also his internal way of dealing with the stuff that's coming at him. So I'd love to be able to write some questions so more of the truth comes out. But that's what I think is going on. Greg?
Chase, I agree with you. I don't think he's malicious. I think what we're seeing here is a culture that evolved, and he probably was a good part of that culture, and things that they got away with and did were inappropriate. Now, I don't know, when there's a 14-year-old accusation, if that has any credence, that's far from just a culture. That's inappropriate on all levels. However, I think when he is talking about this, he saw it as, okay, it's okay for us to do this. It kind of was the culture they were in. So things change. You wouldn't want to take your grandparents to certain kind of parties because, you know, they would not fit in with that same culture, and things change and people change. The world has changed around him some, I think. And he never says, I'm a saint, ever, ever. And when people are telling you, often when we get a guy who is trying to make himself out to be a saint, they'll trade guilt. They'll say, yeah, I do this and I do that. They won't say, yeah, I did this much of that. They're going to not give you a lesser degree of the same crime. They're going to give you a different crime. So he is doing that. Here's the question. Did he learn what's acceptable and just going to follow it because he has to? Or does he agree? It doesn't really matter as long as he follows the rules and doesn't do anything that will get him in trouble. I don't particularly care for speeding laws, but I have to follow them. Scott, what do you got?
Fascinating. So, yeah, I think what's happened here is he's come to the point where he's doing what he thinks he's supposed to do because he wants to still work. You know, so what else do you want? The guy's coming out saying I did a bunch of horrible stuff. You know, and maybe he's not getting into the details because you don't want to open up a bunch of little cans of worms in there, but he's doing what he's supposed to do. And when the whatever it is comes for him, they came for him, and he's doing what he's supposed to do. You know, so I think we'll see him again. I think we'll see him act again, but I bet his behavior will be a whole lot different. Everybody will be on, they'll be on point for keeping an eye on him, and he'll know that. You know, and he's not going to want to do anything like that again. I think you're right. It comes to culture. Back then, you could do a lot of stuff that you couldn't do, obviously, now. So I think I think he's in the cleanup mode, and this is one of the things he has to do. So he's doing it so he can get back into acting, doing things like doing more than anybody. And he's great at it. He's an awesome actor. So he's doing what he's asked to be, what's asked of him. He's doing it. So in other words, he's paying the price. It may be a year or so, but I think he'll be back. I think he'll be back. All right, fellas. Thanks for another good one, and we'll see you next time.
So what do you got?